Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone. My name is Nate. I also go by Hockey Boy Nate, and now we are going to be watching practically the beginning of what most likely could be a historic event here. Not exactly Sandy level historic, but a hurricane that is most likely going to be making landfall here in the New England coast. I said I was going to be going live at around 7. I actually went live a little bit earlier, just a smidge earlier. But we have a couple cameras here. I'm super excited of this live stream here today. Of course, at the top left-hand corner, we have Fire Island here in New York. So that's going to be the furthest west camera we actually have. I know, surprising, right? And then on the bottom right-hand side, we have Montauk, New York, which you would think that actually is the furthest east camera we actually have, but you would actually be incorrect because we actually have a camera on the island that is expected to get the landfall of this system, which would be Block Island, Rhode Island here. And so we have all sorts of activity that is expected to really start to ramp up. And all I just ask is that you guys spread the word as much as possible that I am live right now. Guys, you got to share the information with friends and family and on social media. Got to hit that like button in order to continue to share this as much as possible because we got to get this information out to people who really do need it. So let's just go ahead and go right into it, shall we? We already have a plethora of flash flood warnings that are in effect with an absorbent amount of flooding, including, geez, look at that, 6.5 inches of rain that has already fallen across portions of New Jersey here. Severe flash flooding ongoing, numerous roads closed, and residence flooding is ongoing as well. Look at this. There's all these green polygons right here. Active flash flood warnings that are in effect within some of these areas. If I even go over to Radar Omega, you can see that as well. Not exactly any flash flood emergencies quite yet, but there are quite an absorbent amount of flash flooding that is currently ongoing within much of the area. And you can continue to see the hurricane warnings in effect as well as tropical storm warnings, and then the storm surge warnings within some areas indicated in the pink. And the cone hasn't really changed all too much. The cone still takes it most likely right through Block Island, which is the reason why we have the camera of Block Island today. And this is some pretty interesting stuff here as this continues to approach, into this system. Let's see if I can refresh this. So it is just this mission right here from the Hurricane Hunters. Let's take a look at the the passes that the Hurricane Hunters keep making into the storm. It looks like that they have found a little bit of near or above hurricane force winds. Let's see if what are these winds at flight level. So 69, 70, 72, 73.6. So that's about at hurricane force winds within that system. Peak flight level winds, 72.5. So the biggest thing that I found there was indeed that 73.6 mile per hour wind, which is just 0.4 miles per hour off from hurricane force winds right at the surface, or right at flight level. I can't exactly say that this thing has stronger amounts of wind towards the surface. Actually, if we go over to the aircraft reconnaissance here from Tropical Tidbits, I can see that the latest amounts of wind at the surface isn't exactly super strong. The highest I've seen it here is about 45 to 50 miles per hour as a sustained wind. So I can't exactly expect this to continue to intensify as this continues to move on through. And this thing isn't exactly as powerful as the National Hurricane Center foresaw either, with it being a 75 mile per hour hurricane rather than a 80 mile per hour hurricane. So we are most likely expecting this to weaken upon its approach to the general vicinity of Long Island and New England, and so we're going to probably have the same conditions that we expected before. I want to see if they've changed the storm surge, and they have not. Everything seems to be the same. So that's the, I guess, the good news and the bad news is that storm surge here from the Long Island Sound all the way through along coastal Connecticut, Rhode Island, and even up through Buzzards Bay and Nantucket Sound. 3 to 5 feet of storm surge is anticipated with this storm, and that is very concerning as this continues to move on through. So we're really going to have to watch out for this as this continues to progress further northward. As I said, we do have 2 radars on this system. We also even have buoys that are being impacted by the system as it continues to move off to the north. We have this buoy right here that's just off the coast of Long Island, getting a sustained winds of 33 miles per hour with gusts up to 45, and that's not exactly right towards the center of the system. So that's the good news there. And then we also have a couple other buoys that actually tell the wave height here. And so the dominant wave period has been over the span of 13 seconds. There has been 12-foot waves that have been spewing off of this system. So pretty intense to say the least as this continues to move on through. As I said, guys, please be sure to like the live stream. By liking the live stream, you're telling YouTube to go ahead and share this video with a bunch of other people on the recommended feed, and that would be greatly appreciated as this continues to move on through, because we need to get the information out as much as possible of this system, especially if there is more flash flood warnings that could be in effect within some of these areas, and even some emergency evacuations within some of the areas. Definitely could be beneficial to some people who live over there. So taking a look at the rain totals now expected within the storm, of course this isn't exactly accurate anymore because places of New Jersey have actually gotten 6 inches of rain within their area. But there's also some areas here that are along the southern New York, northern New Jersey border that can get rainfall amounts of 6 to 10 inches, maybe even higher in localized amounts. And that's going to stir a major flash flooding issue right within some of these areas of the Hudson River Valley and even into the southern Adirondacks. And that's just basically going to congeal most of the activity there to more or less just rivers, valleys, creeks, streams, to where most rain is just going to basically run off into that general vicinity, and it's just going to congeal and add on more and more. It's basically going to stockpile in this instance. Let's see. Let's take a look at the live satellite analysis. By looking at the live satellite analysis, we can look at a couple things here. And first things first, earlier last night, we all noted as to how small the area of convection actually was. We're looking at all these yellows, these oranges, and reds, and that indicates a lot of showers and thunderstorms within the general vicinity. But earlier last night, it actually did not have as much, and you can see over the progression here. I'll put it up to, we'll do 100 frames, I should say. And you can see how, actually, that's not even helpful, 150 frames. Okay, there you go. So you can see how this area of showers and thunderstorms actually expanded rather rapidly as it got closer and closer. And this just continued to create more and more rain within this general vicinity already. And you can see as it continued to propagate northward, it really exploded. It really expanded in coverage with that rain as we anticipated. And so very concerning to see that there, especially with you know, storm surge expected to be as bad as it is, and how it could potentially continue to expand further and further. So that's the concerning thing here as this continues to move about. Let's go back to the different cameras here again, and we can take a look here and see, for the most part, that the waters look pretty angry. I'll have to say that much. They actually look really angry. Who am I kidding? And so some big time activity here for the most part. I'm not sure if that weather station is actually accurate, but they've got, according to the, yeah, it doesn't look exactly to be accurate. I'm going to be completely honest with you. Greetings from Vernon, Connecticut. Pretty much gonna be a close distance from the eye. Yeah, that does seem to be the case here. So yeah, I'll continue to update everyone as much as possible. As I said, we have all sorts of information accessible to you all. First things first, I actually, as I said, I love my 3D satellite imagery as much as I do, but let's actually take a look at the radar here for the most part. Let's take a look here real quickly. Should we keep the cone of uncertainty? Yeah, I think we should keep the cone of uncertainty. Here's also the 3D of the radar imagery. Look at this. Look at that. Look at that 3D radar imagery on the approach from Henri. And you can see how expansive that rain actually is. Look at this. Look at how wide this actually is. Actually, I'm more content to probably go to another radar site here. Yeah, look at how far the rain field actually expands the system. Look at this. Look at that. Look at how intense the rainfall was actually over New Jersey over this time period. And this is pretty significant. So I'm going to go over and switch it over here. I was just kind of showing you all, like, whoa, wow, and kind of saying a whole lot. But this is what I mean right here. Look at this 3D imagery from the system. Look at that. Look at that. That is pretty intense. I'll even flip it on its side to show you a little bit more, but look at that rain. That is pretty significant. I'm actually going to measure. I'm going to measure the distance between end to end here. And it doesn't tell me the measurement, unfortunately. Give me one more second. I'm going to measure it again. And this entire span of the system actually is a good 400 miles wide, according to this one radar. And I mean, just wow, look at that. That is stunning. You can see the spin of the system and how it actually wraps around more and more showers and thunderstorms. I mean, look at this. Massive amounts of convection swirling right within there. And we got some big time activity that is expected heading off to the north. As I said, the big thing here, guys, is we need to like the live stream. By liking the live stream, you guys are actually telling YouTube that they need to recommend this video and live stream to more and more people. And that's basically a good way of getting the information out to as many people as possible. So I would really appreciate it if you guys would like the live stream and share this with friends and family and on social media. If you know anyone who lives in these areas, give them a little nudge and share the link of this live stream with them. That way they may be able to get this information, because this is still pretty concerning within some of these areas. As I said, we have multiple web cameras that are interchangeable. We have one that is actually expected to get right into the center area of low pressure of the system, so it will experience the eye and the eye wall of the system on Henri's approach to the East Coast. So we have all sorts of activity that is expected for you all with this system. But man, oh man, look at that 3D. That 3D is absolutely stunning. Will it be a stationary storm off the coast? Most likely will become a little bit more of a, it won't exactly be a stationary, but it will definitely slow down as it gets closer and closer to the coast. It's also expected to weaken immensely upon its approach there as well, so not expected to get a significant amount of activity afterwards from a wind perspective, but from a rain perspective, it's definitely going to pick up in activity as this continues to move on closer and closer. Let's see, it's a tropical storm, is it now? So let's take a look at the live update here of Henri. And yep, it has weakened to tropical storm Henri right here. 7 a.m. position. Tropical storm conditions continue to spread across portions of southern New England. 70 mile per hour maximum sustained storm with 986 millibars. Still expected to have hurricane warnings due to the fact that there could be some wind gusts pretty high within some of these areas. So definitely a lot of activity is expected. But yeah, this is going to be a pretty concerning system as this moves on through. Yep, no problem, Siler. No problem. Yeah, as I said, this is going to be a pretty widespread event here for people of the Northeast. Looks like the aircraft reconnaissance data went through and they didn't exactly find what they needed to in order to consider this a hurricane, which is the reason why they weakened this by 5 miles per hour. I do want to take a look at the storm surge inundation map, see if it's updated at all. And it has just a bit. It still says that storm surge is going to be a factor here across portions of the western Long Island Sound. And then it still says that some areas near Bridgeport will most likely get some big storm surge. And then if we continue to look along the northern shore of the Long Island Sound, you can see some heavy amounts of storm surge here, especially with some of these oranges. You can see these oranges right here that actually indicate 6 feet of storm surge and above within that general vicinity, and that's pretty concerning as well. And then even here on the Great Peconic Bay, you can even expect to see some widespread storm surge expected with this as well. Even in the Northwest Harbor on the eastern portion of Long Island, you can expect to see that really start to pick up. So we have a lot of activity here that is expected from the system. And then, of course, this area over here on Block Island, which we do have a camera over there. We do have a camera. This is expected to get a lot of storm surge as well. And this is expected to be where the landfall of the system will be. Also here near Pawcatuck, right along the border of Connecticut and Rhode Island. We also have some of these areas here along the coastline that most likely will see storm surge, but it won't be where you guys actually think it's going to happen. If we take a look at the satellite imagery with this, you can see it's not along the front portion of the coast that actually gets your storm surge. It's actually on the back end over here. And the reason why that is because if we zoom out here a little bit, as Henri continues to propagate further northward and eventually goes onshore, it'll still have that counterclockwise flow within the storm. And so what's basically going to happen is as soon as it gets over that landmass, it'll be pushing that wind and rain to the south and pushing most of the water back onto that barrier island, creating a widespread flooding risk for people along that. So you're going to be originally getting impacts coming from the south to north. You're going to be getting impact on that southern beach, but then on the northern portion of the beach, a little bit later, most likely at around 2 to 5 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, you're also going to get your impacts coming from the north, and that's the reason why storm surge is going to be a huge role. It's going to play a huge role within some of these areas, and most likely will create some big impacts. So that's the main area of concern here as this continues to move on through. And that's the reason why people have been urged to stay away from the coastline, because it is expected to have some pretty significant flooding, both from a rain perspective and from a storm surge perspective. So guys, I would highly appreciate it if you haven't already to please like the live stream. By liking the live stream, you're actually telling YouTube to get this live stream out to more and more people. And especially since this is going to most likely be a massive life-threatening situation across the board here, I would highly appreciate you guys going ahead and getting my live stream out to as many people as possible, and that would be greatly appreciated. We have a lot of people watching here too. As I said, thank you guys so much for coming out to the live stream. I really do appreciate that. And we're going to continue to cover this as much as possible. We have all sorts of stuff here for you all. And here's the radar analysis of the system too. I mean, look at this. We have some pretty amazing footage here of this system. I mean, just look at the radar. Radar tells you everything you need to know. Everywhere along the outer bands right within here, it's already creating some rainfall amounts across portions of southeastern New England, even southern portions of New England. And the big concern here is areas right along here of coastal Connecticut, Rhode Island, as well as Long Island, mainly because of, you can see how much rain actually is over that general vicinity. Let's actually go to the other radar, which is on Long Island right here. And you can see how much rain actually has basically propagated and resided itself over time. And so it's basically getting more and more it's getting more and more rain over the same area. And this is going to continue to most likely continue to propagate further northward and continue to bring that rain, continue to wrap that rain around. And it's going to all coagulate right within the same areas. Yep, we do know that it was it has weakened to a tropical storm. So we're probably going to change the title of this stream. The actual thumbnail is going to be a little bit more difficult to do, but I will indeed change that. The title still is most likely going to be, or I should say the thumbnail will most likely be the same because it was a hurricane at one point. So, tropical cyclone Henri, there we go. And let's actually go over to all sorts of different cameras here. We'll bring that back up again. And let us see. Let's go back over here. So here's the live cameras for the most part. If I can... what in the world? Why is the one from Fire Island not showing right now? I honestly have no clue. There we go. All right, now we have that camera online. So, yeah, top left-hand side is Fire Island, New York. That's actually our furthest west camera that we have here. The bottom right-hand side is Montauk, New York. I think that's pretty self-explanatory. Montauk, New York is on the very tip of Long Island. And then at the top right-hand side of your screen, we have Block Island, Rhode Island. And you guys might be wondering, why do we have Rhode Island there? Well, the system actually is going to be tracking right over that island. And that island, if I zoom it in here for you all, is right here. So you can see at the bottom left-hand part of your screen, Block Island is this island right here. So right here is Montauk, right within this general vicinity. And then, of course, Fire Island is a lot further to the west. But right here is Block Island, this island right here. And if we go back over to the radar, you can see this storm is moving right towards it. So we'll be having a live camera of this system as it continues to get further and further, closer and closer towards that island. And we'll be able to see the conditions over there, including some high-end tropical storm force winds with even some gusts higher than that in some localized areas. So this is going to be something to watch out for as this continues to propagate further northward. Of course, there's also weather stations over there as well. And I can actually pull up that weather station here in a bit. But the big thing here is that we will have a camera that will be hit and will be in the eye of this system as this continues to get closer and closer. I want to actually real quickly move over to this other screen here. You guys can see my face. I probably should put a hat on. Let's see. Yeah, I'll put this hat on. There we go. Okay. Nice little hat on here so that I look somewhat presentable. But you can see right here on the screen right in front of us, this actually is, of course, Block Island, Rhode Island. And the thing that I see off in the distance is some very hard crashing waves. There's actually a bit of a barrier that they put up with a bunch of the rocks, probably preventing further storm surge within some instances, even now and even in the past. And so you can see those waves really crashing down upon some of the rocks over there. And that is creating some pretty big waves, pretty big foam along that area. So you can see how the storm surge is moving in, and we will expect the storm surge to rise, the sea level to rise, due to the fact that as this storm continues to propagate closer and closer to the system, it will start to become high tide. And that is very unfortunate for some of these areas here that are going to get impacted. So we're really going to have to continue to watch these cameras as this continues to get closer and closer. How strong are the maximum winds from this morning's storm? The maximum winds from this storm is actually 70 mile per hour sustained. Now, the wind gusts are higher than that, most likely at around 85 miles per hour. So all the more reason for people to watch out for this system as this continues to move closer and closer. Real quickly, I want to go back over here to Henri, and I want to go over to the update statement. Weather flow station on Block Island, Rhode Island. Reported sustained wind. Okay, so let's actually pull up that station. I believe we can find it on Wonder Map. I believe we can find it on Wonder Map. And we'll actually go over to that here. And yes, there it is. It's right on the southeastern side of the system. And yeah, here's the current conditions right within this area. Very strong conditions ongoing. You'll even have wind gusts and upwards of 52 miles per hour within this area. And that is pretty significant. Pretty significant. You were in Hurricane Irma in the Caribbean. This feels like nothing. Oh, 100%. The winds will not be the exact same as the hurricanes down south. The big issue here will be the flooding as this continues to propagate further and further northward. So, as I said, there is some very significant conditions anticipated with the flooding here. And we're definitely going to have to watch out for this as this continues to get closer and closer towards the shore. But, I mean, if we go and take a look at the live radar from Upton, New York, which is right on the island, the Long Island, I should say, this tells us a bunch of things. First off, things that we are kind of overlooking. Look over here in New Jersey. There has already been heavy amounts of rainfall within some of these areas. 8.5 inches of rain has fallen over here in the mainland part of New Jersey near Princeton. That is very significant. Water rescues already ongoing within some of these areas near Princeton. And that is very unfortunate. US Highway 1 has been closed within some of these areas. Actually, there's a lot of road closures here. A lot of significant road closures due to the fact that we've had heavy amounts of rain, absolutely heavy amounts of rain from this system. So we can expect to see that more or less move a bit further to the north and east and expect some pretty significant flooding across portions of at least Long Island, but even more so probably New York as well. And so, I mean, as I said, within localized areas, you could potentially see some heavy amounts of rain over a single portion of an area. And unfortunately, New Jersey is that area that gets that significant amount of rain. And 8 inches of rain is not anything to, you know, fret over. This is definitely a system that has produced this within a short period of time, and it's just kind of ramped up. So this has been some pretty significant conditions that have been ongoing. So guys, you know, expecting that this type of flooding, power outages are going to be widespread, even a potential tornado warning or two is expected within this. Please share this live stream with friends and family and on social media. You know, like Facebook and Twitter, if there's Facebook groups, the whole purpose of this live stream here is to be able to get this information out to people who may not have cable, especially when their power goes out. And so they're going to go onto platforms like Facebook, like Twitter, like YouTube. And the reason why, you know, I live stream on YouTube is for people to get that crucial information. So by sharing this live stream, sharing the live stream link, that will allow this crucial information to get out to as many people as possible. And it could be very beneficial to some of these people. And another way for sharing the information is by liking the live stream. You are actually getting this information out to more people. And the reason being is because YouTube's algorithm functions as to, if you like the live stream, it actually tells YouTube that more people should watch the live stream in itself. And so what that basically does is that gets this live stream out to more and more people. And as I said, this information can be very crucial to some people who need it. So please like the live stream if you haven't already, because that just gets the video out to more people on its own from YouTube. So let's take a look at that 3D radar imagery. We're actually going to take a look at it from two perspectives here. So we're going to take a look at the one from GR2 Analyst, and I have to find which radar actually is closer here. It looks like they're both about the same, but we're going to take a look at it from Boston's radar perspective. And we're going to take a 3D of this system and show you what it looks like in 3D from radar scope. So we'll do, not radar scope, from GR2 Analyst. And so we'll do that, we'll do this, and then we'll do that. And look at this. Look at this 3D imagery here. You can see the cloud tops, not exactly super tall, except for when you're near the eye wall. Cloud tops in upwards of 40 to even 50,000 feet within the center here. And that is pretty significant as well. And then, of course, you can see how it rotates as it continues to move on through closer and closer. I mean, just look at the general spin of this system. Look at that on radar analysis here from GR2. And then the other thing here as well is that if we go on to radar Omega, you can see the exact same thing here on its approach on a much wider scale. And you can see how you do have that general counterclockwise spin associated with this tropical system with a pretty heavy eye wall here too on the northern side. What time are we expecting the worst on Long Island? Within the next few hours, most likely we'll see the worst with the winds ramping up. Of course, the rain is going to continuously get more significant over time, I should say. And so, in regards to the winds, it probably will be relatively significant here soon as this continues to move closer and closer to your general vicinity. Let's go back over here. And yeah, we've got so much activity here from that weather station. And a recent update from this is that it's now getting sustained winds of 36 miles per hour with gusts not as high as it once was, up to 50 miles per hour within some areas as well. So there's going to be conditions that will indeed ramp up rather quickly as this continues to get closer and closer. Let's see. Let's take a look at the station map here. See if we can get anything updated. And I can't exactly find. Let's do all. Station dashboard. And the winds have been pretty consistent for the most part, but that unfortunately is not the best way to go. In this instance. And so, yeah, there you go. We're going to have the data consistently updated 33 seconds ago. Look at that. We continuously have winds in upwards of 30 miles per hour with gusts up to 50 in some areas. And so we're going to continuously watch this as this continues to move on through. And we'll have, as I said, as much information for you all as possible. I'm going to take a look at the satellite imagery as this continues to progress. Tagged me a crazy flood video of Brooklyn on Twitter. Might have already seen it. Was that last night? If that was last night, then that definitely was pretty significant. I was definitely watching that very closely. I don't see where you tagged me. I see the flooding from yesterday. By the way, if you guys have any sort of footage that you do want to send in, a good way to do that here is through my Twitter. If you go over, I'll send actually a link in the chat here. If you click the link to my chat, you'll be able to, well, in the chat, you guys will be able to see a link to my Twitter account. If you want to follow it, feel free to do so. But if you want to send me anything, at Nate_Snyder, I will be sure to get that information out to you all. Because let's be honest here, seeing is believing at this point. And so if we can get this information out as much as possible, then we're definitely going to, it's definitely going to be beneficial to some areas here. But yeah, this is going to be something to watch right here, this weather station, as this continues to progress. Wind gusts of 53 miles per hour, sustained winds of 37. And as this gets closer and closer, we're actually going to most likely have the station here for you all. I'm actually going to go ahead and set it up here. So let's actually get those live cameras here for you all. And I'm actually going to go ahead and set up the station. I mean, look at how vicious those waters are. Very vicious waters. Let's do a window capture. Let's add a source. And we're going to name it Weather Station. I know, original. Very original name. And let's see, I have to find, yeah, there's the personal weather station right there. We're going to move it somewhere within here. And we're going to move it all the way down. I'm going to keep moving it down. So there we go. We're actually going to make it a bit larger here. We're going to continue to try and make it as large as possible for people to see. And we're going to take a look. We're going to get the bottom left text ready. So weather station right there. And this is going to be black. So there we go. Block Island weather station right here. But yeah, sheesh. That is pretty significant. As I said, if you guys haven't already, please be sure to like the live stream. By liking the live stream, you actually get this information out to more and more people because it recommends this live stream to more and more people on YouTube. So please, please keep hitting that like button because this information could be crucial, especially if people start losing power. If they start losing power within some of these areas, they're going to go to places like Facebook, like Twitter, like YouTube, and we're going to want to get this information out. Especially, you know, if some of it could be pretty dire. And potentially some life-threatening situations across the board here. So please like the live stream and share this with friends and family and on social media. You know, more and more people could potentially be watching this as this continues to get closer and closer to the landfall. And so That would be greatly appreciated if you guys do share this, especially with Facebook, because a lot of people do go onto Facebook. I should know because I actually I joined this Facebook group here for my local area, and you know there's a whole lot that I'm talking with them about with all this rain that's going to be heading into our area. So, you know, as I said, if we can share this to as many people as possible, try and get the information out as much as possible, that would be greatly appreciated, because that's the best way here to get the information out. Look at the water in Block Island. It's almost up to the road. It does kind of look like that a little bit, but I'd say not yet. I'd say not yet. We're still waiting for probably a couple more hours until that could potentially be possible. But yeah, we do have a weather station right to where this tropical system is expected to make landfall. And I'll actually show you where this is right on radar here. And so if we take a look, here is Henri. You can see the center area of low pressure right here. Even if we play the loop, you can see how all the thunderstorms kind of just swirl around this system. And, you know, we do have, of course, multiple other cameras. Just those three I ended up picking for you all. We have Fire Island, which is a bit closer to Long Beach. That's actually the furthest west camera we actually have here. Then we also have Montauk as a camera as well, which is right on the furthest eastern portion of Long Island, right about here. But then Block Island is this island right here, and you can see how this tropical system is going to continue to get closer and closer to that island as time continues to progress today. So we will have information as to what is going to be happening with this system as we get closer and closer to landfall. So we actually may have two cameras that'll be impacted rather significantly, both on Montauk as well as Block Island there. So a big thing there as we continue to watch this unfold here live. Of course, the big risks here across the board are going to be most likely the storm surge and the flooding, but there will most likely be some widespread power outages from this. And let's go ahead and take a look at the power outage map here, just to get this up here for the most part. So let's go to miscellaneous weather, go to poweroutage.us, and we can go ahead and see here. There isn't too much out for New York right now, but with areas in Suffolk County, already 437 people without power within some of these areas. So definitely something to watch out for. And of course, some areas near Queens and Brooklyn, as well as Manhattan and Staten Island, a couple people out of power over there as well. And then if we take a look at New Jersey, which has actually had a significant flooding over the past 3 or 4 hours. We actually do have a couple areas of flooding over here in Passaic County, as well as Hunterdon and Somerset and Morris. Passaic actually has over 1,500 people without power, and that number is expected to continue to rise. So we are expecting conditions to amplify rather significantly here soon as this continues to move on through. So really something to watch out for. The hurricane hunters have actually went back. They are done with their mission here for the most part. I'm not sure if they're going to send another... they actually are sending another plane into the system. I'd have to find as to where this plane actually is taking off from, because I honestly... Okay, so they're taking off from Savannah, Georgia right here. So they haven't actually head off there yet, but they will be sending another plane into the system to kind of update us continuously as this thing continues to get closer and closer to the coast. So that is good news for us, because we need as much information on the system as possible as this continues to move on through. And yeah, my chat is actually making a very good point here. With COVID going around and people either sick from the pandemic or forced to stay home for the most part due to quarantine. Some of these areas most likely are going to be impacted by this tropical system. And so it's going to be very unfortunate for the most part as this continues to move further and further off to the north. Very serious conditions anticipated from this system as this continues to move on through to the north. If you guys are enjoying the content and you are new to my channel, please don't be afraid to subscribe. By subscribing, you actually get live analysis like this whenever hurricanes and tropical storms do make landfall. You will also get videos every single morning updating everyone on the current situation. It won't be just, a brief overlook as to what's going to be happening, unless if you want to become a member, into which you will most likely start to get videos in the evening, probably a 5 to 10 minute video explaining as to what's going to be happening. Just a little update, more or less. But we will be providing videos every single morning. And then we will be providing live analysis for the landfall of this tropical system as it continues to move northward. And even in future systems, future hurricanes that will be making landfall here in the U.S., because we are starting to get towards the peak of hurricane season. We're not there yet, but it's starting to ramp up. And so we'll be giving you guys more and more information as this continues to unfold here with the 2021 Atlantic hurricane season. Sistine89, thank you for the $5 super chat. I really do appreciate it. It says, thanks for your work. When can we expect the worst on the southern shore of Long Island? I would have to say between the time period of now and probably 11 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. I think that's going to be your worst time period for the damaging winds. In regards to the rain, however, the rain's going to continue to sit over this area for as long as time continues to allow it. I mean, at this point, it is just anticipated that you're going to see more and more rainfall, and it will not let up as this continues to propagate northward. So pretty significant activity is anticipated with this system. Let's go ahead and take a look at that 3D radar imagery again here from Radar Omega. And I love using this, as you guys probably could guess. This tells us all sorts of activity here, and it can differentiate between the amounts of rainfall within some areas. Of course, the heavier the amount of rain, the more and more rainfall is expected within that general vicinity. And so you can see this right here. Look at how much rain is swirling around the actual center area of low pressure. I mean, look at this, guys. Look at this right here. You can see literally the bands of rain surrounding the center. And it is expected to amplify. The conditions are expected to amplify. And rain is expected to be a lot more widespread as this continues to move on through. Richard Hinman with the $10 super chat. Thank you, my friend. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you guys so much for supporting the channel. As I said, I couldn't be able to do these live streams without you all. And even, the donations, it goes a long way. Especially since, if we do grow our channel rather significantly, if we grow our channel, within the time period of this year into the beginning of next year, we could be talking about us buying some proper live streaming equipment for whenever we storm chase. Yes, we do storm chase on this channel, which, funny thing here, we actually saw our first tornado earlier on this week when we were chasing Tropical Depression Fred in Pennsylvania. But we could be getting better live streaming equipment with all the ad revenue that I get on my videos, as well as the donations and channel memberships that you guys give me. So look for some time next year to where maybe we can even be in the eye of a hurricane. And that's going to be some pretty interesting content for you all as well. So if you guys are excited for that, please stick around. You know, you don't even have to donate or anything. Because if you even just pay attention to my videos, the ad revenue will take care of itself as well, and we'll be able to get better and better equipment to be able to live stream whenever we storm chase. But I mean, this just looks absolutely phenomenal. I do want to take a look at the satellite imagery again. We're going to take a look at the mesoscale 2, and taking a look at the satellite imagery here, the 3D satellite imagery here. I mean, look at this system as it approaches the coast. This is rather expansive, and you can see the thunderstorm tops. This is what the satellite imagery tells us. It can tell you where the thunderstorm tops, how tall they actually are, and how far they expand. And look at all of these rains, the rain from the showers and thunderstorms from Henri actually be spread a lot further to the north and west than anticipated. So areas near New York, even New York City, could get some higher amounts of rain within this system. And that can cause some significant flooding. There's already been significant flooding reported in New Jersey. But as this continues to propagate further northward, we can anticipate more and more flooding from this system. And things could get pretty significant here as this continues to move off to the north. So we're definitely going to have to watch out for this as this continues to move on through to closer and closer to New England. So that's all the more reason for us to continue to get the information out. As I said, by liking the live stream, you guys actually efficiently get this video out to more people, gets it out to more people's recommended pages, and gets the information out that way. And especially since, you know, as I said, if people lose power, they're going to go on to places like YouTube, like Twitter, like Facebook. They're not going to be able to go onto their cable and look at their local news office. All right, they're going to go onto social media platforms like myself. And so if we can try and get this information out as much as possible, this could be crucial to some areas. This could be crucial to some areas. So definitely something we do have to watch out for as time continues to progress. Let's actually take a look at the let's actually get all of our beach cams up here, and let's go over to that forest screen here, and let's get an update as to what's happening on Block Island. So Block Island, by the way, is anticipated to be hit by this system. All right, this is Block Island's kind of like ground zero, where the eye actually will go over, and we not only have a camera over there, but we also have a weather station over there that's telling us how significant these winds are. And so you might not be able to tell, but on the right hand, let's actually take a look and see if we can make this a little bit better here. We kind of can. So you might not be able to tell, but you can take a look at the vegetation of Block Island, especially the tree on the far right-hand side. And you can see that the tree is whipping around every now and then. It's been consistent 30-mile-per-hour winds sustained as this continues to move on through. And then, of course, you can take a look at the waves and how very active they are. I mean, look at Fire Island right here. Very strong surf that's moving on through here. And even Montauk, New York, at the bottom right-hand part of your screen. Look at how active those waves are. I know the live stream kind of cuts out every now and then, more or less because, you know, power outages could be definitely a thing, and the rain could be impacting the quality of the stream as well, with service being an issue potentially. But very strong surf here from the system as this continues to move on through. And then at the bottom left-hand side of your screen, there's your weather station for Block Island, with wind gusts in upwards of 50 miles per hour in some spots. We are expecting that number to rise as this continues to move on through to the north. So, you know, for people who may be saying, well, Florida deals with this all this time and they're fine, the Northeast isn't exactly Florida. The Northeast is very susceptible to flooding. Flooding is a big issue when you have low pressure systems like this that get closer and closer to the system. And so that's the huge concern here, is there will be a massive flooding risk here. There will be power outages along Long Island. There will be trees down on a widespread scale. And that is the big concern here from the system for an area that is not exactly the best equipped for dealing with flooding. So let's actually go back to the live radar of the system. Or actually, better yet, let's go on through and let's take a look and see if we can find if there's any more power outages. There doesn't seem to be a lot more power outages in New York yet, but we're expecting that that to change here soon as this continues to propagate further northward. Just for reference here too, last night while we were live streaming, there is actually some significant flooding over there in New York, specifically around the Queens and Bronx. And just by looking at this, look at how significant the flooding was already from Henri. That's some of the outer bands of the thunderstorms, and it created some relatively significant flooding across most of these areas. And of course, there's already been flash flood warnings with water rescues reported, not only with this storm last night, but also with the activity that's ongoing in New Jersey as well. So if we can expect this, if we see this here already within some of these systems, we can expect this across a widespread area here in places more like Eastern Long Island, like Connecticut, like Rhode Island. And that's going to be the huge concern here as the system gets closer and closer to making landfall. So we're going to continue to update as many people as possible. As I mentioned, you know, you guys are helping me out so much getting this information out to more and more people. As I said, by liking the live stream, you guys actually tell YouTube to recommend this video to more and more people to get the information out that way. It automatically does it if you like the live stream. So you got to hit that thumbs up button down below and share this information with friends and family and on social media. People will go to Facebook. People will go to Twitter. People will go to YouTube if they do lose power, because they won't have cable. They won't go to their local news service. They won't be able to, because they won't have the cable to do so. So they're going to go to social media like myself. And that's the best way to get this information out as much as possible, is by looking at live streams like this, so that we do consistently get information out to more and more people. So yeah, as I said, we got to keep sharing this information as much as possible to as many people as possible as this gets closer and closer. So yeah, we're gonna continue to cover this as much as possible as this does potentially make landfall here, which it will be making landfall. We have all sorts of cameras here ready for you all. If we take a look back at the radar, you can see how close this actually is to getting towards Block Island here and towards Montauk. And we'll be seeing those conditions really start to pick up here relatively soon. So we got all sorts of information here for you all. Also, if you guys haven't already, please be sure to subscribe. All right, subscribing is free here on YouTube, and I will be providing content to people who do watch my videos. I upload videos every single morning, except for right now because we're obviously live. But I will be providing all sorts of content here for you all, so that you guys may be able to understand what the impacts of this event are. So, if you guys do want to subscribe, especially for future content, because there most likely will be more hurricanes in the future. If you want to take a look at future live streams as well, whether it's landfalls of hurricanes or even severe weather events, widespread tornado outbreaks, then feel free to stick around. Feel free to stick around, because we will be providing that here for you all. But yeah, I mean, just taking a look at the radar imagery here from the system, look at this as this continues to propagate northward. You can see how much rain expands over this general vicinity. There is a lot of rain here. A lot of rain, even all the way in upwards of areas here in New Jersey. I mean, look at this. Look at all the flash flood warnings over here. 7.5 inches of rain has fallen. 8 inches of rain have fallen within some of these areas. There is a lot of rain. There is a lot of activity. Hollow Road completely flooded. Rock Brook overflowing. Sheesh. Water rescue on Day Road. So there's already water rescues ongoing, and the system hasn't even made landfall yet. There's expected to be more and more rain within this area, and they're already making water rescues. That's pretty serious. That's very serious. What are the updates on Linda for you all in Hawaii? Well, Hawaii isn't exactly expected to get a lot from Linda besides just the regular tropical storm force winds. Although it is subtropical, so you guys aren't anticipated to get a whole lot from it. But I'd say localized rainfall and flash flooding is definitely possible. Tagged you on a tweet. Yeah, let's take a look at that. As I said, if you do have any information, at me, all right? At me on Twitter. I will be able to get you all some more and more information as this continues to move on through. That was 15 hours ago when we were actually talking about that. We were talking about how aircraft reconnaissance is experiencing some technical difficulties over time. But yeah, massive widespread flooding is expected here. Of course, if you want to at me on Twitter, at me at Nate_Snyder. If you have any flooding that you see outside, or if you if you're just browsing on Twitter and you're finding flooding and stuff like that, then please share it with me. All right, I'll be able to show you all as to what all is going to be happening. Fox Point hurricane barrier gates are closing right now. Oh, wow. So look at that. The hurricane gates are being closed at Fox Point in Massachusetts. Or I believe that is Massachusetts. No, that's in Rhode Island. I'm sorry, that's in Rhode Island. So they're expecting this to be rather significant here on its approach. And we really have to watch out for this as this continues to progress further towards the north. Because they are expecting things to get bad. They're already battening down the hatches. Yeah, Grace is kind of dead at the moment, so we won't need to talk about that. It will be heading off into the Pacific, but not exactly too much. So here's a video here from Joey Crestel. And you can see the gusty winds already start to surge inland. It's not super significant by any stretch of the imagination right now. And you can tell because based off of looking at the vegetation there, like the trees and bushes and all sorts of stuff, they're not exactly like falling over completely flat on the ground. But the only issue with that is that they're not exactly experiencing the heaviest amounts of winds yet. So we are anticipating this to amplify in activity as we get closer and closer towards landfall. So all the more reason that we should watch out for this system as this continues to propagate further. So definitely a lot of activity expected here ahead of time. Let's go ahead and let's pull up a bunch of the cameras here. My bad here. Let's pull up the cameras for the beaches. Unfortunately, this same camera right here is giving me all sorts of issues. So let's actually go find another camera here. Let's try and find another camera. Of course, it might be a little difficult. But yeah, we have all sorts of cameras here for you all. Let's actually go over here. We'll do this instead. There we go. So let's take a look at New York. And we have East Hampton Beach right there. Tiana Beach. See if we can find, there's Southampton Village. Southampton live cam. So yeah, we can use this camera right here. And look at that. Here's your live camera. This will give us a good idea as to where storm surge will be. Let me update it here real quickly for people who can't see it. So let's... Yeah, so top right hand, well actually bottom left hand part of your screen is where that is. Let's get that back up. There you go. There's your Earth cam. That is of Montauk, New York. So the roles have kind of been reversed here. It's not exactly what I want. So let's actually, it's not the bottom right hand side anymore. Let's see if I can find, there it is, Southampton. So there's the new camera. And let's fix that top right text. This will be Southampton. Can't spell. Hampton, New York. Oh, actually, it's not. Ah! I'll fix this. There we go. So we fixed that. Can't differentiate between my left and right, apparently. Here we go. South Hampton, New York. There we go. We now have a camera for that area too. So there we go. A lot of impacts expected within this area. And we're going to continue to watch out for this as this continues to progress further. So guys, if you haven't already, please be sure to share this live stream with friends and family and on social media. As I said, we got to get the information out as much as possible that this stuff is happening. Because there is a lot of activity here. There is a lot of it that is anticipated. So we got live cameras, we got live radar, live satellite. We've got hurricane hunters that'll be heading back into it. So we've got all sorts of conditions anticipated with this system here. So share this with friends and family and on social media to try and get the information out as much as possible. And then like the live stream. By liking the live stream, you actually get this video out to more people on YouTube from YouTube's algorithm, essentially making it easier to spread information. And so if you guys do that, that would be greatly appreciated. Because some of these areas that could potentially have some power outages could potentially be impacted by this, and they won't be able to go to their local news company because, you know, their Wi-Fi will be out. So they won't be able to go to cable and look at it. So they're going to be relying on information from us to figure out as to what all is going to be happening. So I would really appreciate it if you guys did like the live stream to get this out to as many people as possible. Just tagged me in another tweet. Buoy recorded a 17-foot wave. That is intense. That is rather intense. Wow. Yeah, real quickly, let's take a look at that. Let's take a look at that wave. And there you go. Look at that significant wave here from this buoy. Wow. So we're already anticipating waves well above storm surge. This is 10 feet above typical high tide. 10 feet above normal. About a 17-foot wave from the system. That is very significant, especially if that forces its way further and further inland. The dock at the bottom right-hand camera is going underwater. The wind roll on the water looks nasty. I agree, and it's pretty significant over there too. So we'll be watching that as it gets closer and closer. And the thing of it is, with that, you guys actually can't see the 17-foot wave. Here it is. Look at this. 10 feet. We'll draw the line here. This is 8 feet. So it's a little bit below 8 feet. A little bit below 8 feet. Typically around 7 to 6 feet as the normal high tide. And it's up to 17 feet as your wave. That is really significant. I mean, it just shoots up. It's on a uptrend here, and then boom, significant jump here with the wave activity off of the coast. So very concerning to watch out for as this continues to move on through. And this will continue to get worse and worse as this continues to move off to the north. So we really have to watch out for these conditions. As I said, we're going to continue to diagnose this as much as possible here for you all. As this continues to get closer and closer to the coast. Because this is insane. This is some very strong activity here with this tropical system. Very strong activity. Let's go to radar Omega here. And let's go over to the radar. Go to the radar imagery. We're going to go to the radar on Long Island here. And let's take for a brief second, let's take the cone off. Let's take the cone off. We'll keep the track here. So the center line is the expected track of the system. But just by taking a look at the rain across the board, very significant for the most part, with a bunch of flash flood warnings in New Jersey with ongoing water rescues. You can see indicated in the dark blue, those are tropical storm warnings. Within some of the dark red areas, that's a hurricane warning. And then these bright pink areas is storm surge warnings. And then the light pink is storm surge watches. And so you can see how this expands in a very expansive manner here from New Jersey all the way over to Cape Cod and Provincetown, which I actually was in Provincetown about a week ago. And so we are expecting conditions to amplify very quickly. And it's most likely going to be the case that things will get serious as time continues to progress further on this evening. Or I should say this afternoon into this evening. So we're going to continue to watch out for this. Let's actually take a look at the live information here, or the updated information of Henri. I'm going to take a look at the storm surge again, see if anything has changed, and it has not. So that is the good news here, is that it's still expected to be 3 to 5 feet of storm surge. I'm expecting in some localized areas for there to be more. So we'll definitely have to watch out for that. Of course, here's the U.S. rainfall expected within the next 3 days. Of course, they didn't account for what's happening in New Jersey right now. So there's, 8-9 inches of rain that's already fallen within that general area, causing flash flood warnings across the board. But you can see here along portions of southern New York into Connecticut, there is excessive amounts of rainfall in upwards of 4 to 6 inches, with some of those oranges indicating 6 to 10 inches. And that's going to cause a very, very strong localized flash flooding risk, especially since if things can get, if things can basically pile onto each other and get more and more activity, then we can expect this to really amplify as this continues to move off to the north with its conditions. And flash flooding will become a lot more sporadic and even more significant as this continues to move on forward. So really something we're going to have to watch out for 100%. So real quickly, let's do this. I'm actually going to put the cameras back up here again for a short period of time. So bear with me here. You guys can still see the weather station at the bottom left-hand side of your screen. And I'm going to fix something here real quickly. So bear with me. You can see we actually have a couple people who are on the beach over there in Southampton, which is not exactly the most advised thing in the world to do. Although he might be a weather person because he's got what seemed to be a weather instrument in his hand. So But yeah, there is maybe one or two people there in Southampton. And you can see how active the surf is actually over there. One thing that I do want to do here real quickly is let's go full screen to, not that. We're gonna go full screen to, there you go, the activity over there on Block Island. And this is pretty significant here. You can already see the visibility has went down exponentially. There is so much rain within this area that it's not even funny anymore. And things are starting to kind of narrow into, as I said, the potential landfall here on Block Island here in Rhode Island. And Block Island is not actually on the main area of Rhode Island. Block Island is, well, of course, an island, but it is basically right next to Long Island. It's just a little bit to the east of it. And so if we turn off the radar data here, you can see right here is Long Island. If you're on the top part of your screen right there is Long Island. And then right next to it is this little island right here. And this actually shows you that this is Block Island right here. This is it. And so if we turn back the radar, you can see as this thing gets closer and closer, this will eventually continue to move over that island. We'll even play the loop here. It'll move right over that island and we'll be able to see the conditions live here right on stream. So don't stray away. We will be getting you guys that live information right then and there. So don't stray away from the channel because we will be getting you guys as much information as possible. So if you guys haven't already, please share this live stream with friends and family and on social media because we need to get the information out as much as possible, especially if, you know, some people could lose power and they won't be able to have their cable. They'll go to places like Facebook, like Twitter, like YouTube. And that's the reason why I do what I do on my YouTube channel, because they will come to this platform and they need information. The local news services aren't going to be live on YouTube. They're not going to be live on Facebook or Twitter. And so we'll be able to get this information out here to more and more people. So share this live stream with as many people. And if you're on YouTube, please be sure to like the live stream. By liking it, you actually get this video onto more and more people's recommended feeds. That's how YouTube's algorithm works, is it actually gets this information out to more and more people by liking the live stream more. So right now we're already at 220 likes. If we can continue to get that number up higher and higher, we're going to get more and more people to watch the live stream and get more and more information out to more and more people. It's all about getting the information out here. That's what it's all about. Greetings from Germany. Please stay safe, folks. Yep, everyone needs to stay safe as this continues to move on through. Morning, Nate. When you get the time, your donation link is not working. Yeah, I'll fix that if I can here. But yeah, I'll definitely fix it as it continues to move on through. And if you're on Twitch, by the way, all right, I do have a Twitch channel. So I'm live streaming on both YouTube and Twitch. All right. I'm going to be giving as much information as possible on as many platforms as possible as I can do so. That's the reason why I'm trying to get my Twitch higher and higher, so that we can cover as much activity as possible. If you haven't already, by the way, please be sure to follow my Twitch. Link is in the chat right there. You'll actually see that my information actually gets out a lot quicker on Twitch than on YouTube, but YouTube is my main platform that I do want to expand on, so if you do want to follow me on Twitch over there, feel free to do so. Did I hear about the tornado last night? Depends upon which tornado, because there were two of them. So we will be live throughout the better portion of the entire day. We will be live throughout practically all of the day, actually. All the way, even a little bit past landfall. And so, as I mentioned, if you guys do want to stay tuned with us, we will be providing the latest information with all sorts of data for you all. As I said, the hurricane hunters are heading back into the storm. They're taking a little bit of time because they actually are flying out of Savannah, Georgia, which is a very, it's quite a distance away, actually. And so we'll have to see as this continues to propagate further northward, but we'll have that information out here for you all. Customers are losing power in New Jersey. 7,857 people are without power already. Yeah, and we'll take a look at that here in a second. So we'll, as I said, we'll have the satellite imagery and we'll have the hurricane hunters as to what they see as this continues to get closer and closer to the coast here relatively shortly. So do not stray away here whatsoever. We will be getting information out more and more as time continues to move on through. Is it a Category 1 hurricane? So right now it actually is weakened a smidge to tropical storm status as a 70-mile-per-hour storm. However, the impacts are not going to be very different. As a matter of fact, with a little bit of wind, with the wind basically being shrunk just by 5 miles per hour, the impacts are the differentiation between impacts of a 70-mile-per-hour tropical storm and a Category 1 hurricane being at 75 miles per hour is very slim. The margin is very small. So the conditions should be treated as if this is a hurricane as this makes landfall. And the winds aren't even the major risk here. The rain is the major risk. The rain is the significant risk across most of these areas. If we take a look back at the radar here, look at this across most of the area. Look at how expansive this rain is. Here's the center of Henri right here. And look at how far the rain extends. It's all the way over here in Pennsylvania. It's already as far north as Boston already. There's already significant flash flooding over here in New Jersey, and that's nowhere near the center. That's nowhere near the center. That's not even in the main area of where there could be the worst area of impacts from Henri, which will be over here along Connecticut, Rhode Island, and Long Island. There's already been rainfall amounts and upwards of 8.5 inches in areas of New Jersey. That's how significant this is. That's how widespread this system is. There's already been water rescues in these areas. And so we really need to watch out for how this continues to progress heading on further to the north, because this is really concerning as this continues to move on through. And yeah, there is going to be more. There is going to be more. Especially since the system has not made landfall yet, there is going to be more. As soon as it makes landfall, the thunderstorm activity will begin to deplete more and more. But this is definitely something that we really have to watch out for, because things could definitely get very significant. Egypt wishing all those affected to stay safe. Well, thank you for watching from Egypt. I really do appreciate that. As I said, you know, trying to get the information out as much as possible from these storms. Because the Northeast, the northeastern portions of the United States is not equipped to deal with these types of systems. There's even, you know, nor'easters in winter that cause flooding from systems like this. So the fact that we have a borderline tropical storm or hurricane that is heading off into this general vicinity, creating storm surge amounts, flooding amounts heavier than those nor'easters. This is a very life-threatening, very concerning and life-threatening situation within most of these areas. And we have to continue to try and get the information out as much as possible to these areas. You know, the activity is going to be very amplified within most of these areas. Now, the thing of it is here, for the most part, is that the areas impacted with the most significant wind is most likely going to be on the eastern side of Long Island and here along Brick Island in Rhode Island. Those are going to be the areas that are most likely going to be impacted with the most significant winds. And then, of course, coastal Connecticut and Rhode Island here, south of Norwich and near Newport. That's going to be the areas most likely impacted with the most significant wind. And actually, if we go over here, to, we're going to get as much cameras up here as possible for you all. And we go over to the widespread conditions. Top left-hand side is Southampton, New York. All right, that's actually the furthest west camera we have up here. The top right-hand side is Block Island, Rhode Island, which is ground zero for the landfall of Hurricane Henri, or at this point now, Tropical Storm Henri. And then at the bottom right-hand side, that is as far east as you can get on Long Island. That's Montauk, New York. And of course, the camera is not loading right now. It seems as if the activity for the camera is kind of depleted a bit. So they may need to refresh that here relatively soon, and I might need to get a new camera. No, there you go. So now it buffers every now and then, but you can see the activity there. The high waves along the dock near there. Very heavy conditions expected within that general vicinity. So you can see here, as this continues to progress, conditions will begin to amplify more and more. And we'll be able to have not only cameras for it, but if you take a look at the bottom left-hand side of your screen, we actually have a weather station right there that actually is within this system, right in the middle of it. It's right on Block Island, and it's showing sustained winds of 30 miles per hour with gusts higher than that, and upwards of 46. Now, we've seen some instances where it's actually gotten up to 55 miles per hour as a damaging wind gust. So we'll definitely have to watch out for this, definitely as this gets closer and closer to making landfall. Mom Socks with the tier 1 subscription on Twitch. Thank you, my friend. I really do appreciate it. I really do appreciate the support. So thank you so much for the subscription. Yeah, this won't be as bad as Sandy. This 100% won't be as bad as Sandy. But it's going to still get pretty bad. It definitely will get pretty bad. We lost that camera again. That sucks. Yeah, we lost that camera. So let's go back over. Let's actually do this one here. Sorry. We'll do this camera right here. This is, as I said, this is Block Island, Rhode Island. So we'll be able to have that here for you. Of course, you can see my beautiful face. But you can see the impacts here as this gets closer and closer. The radar image at the top right-hand part of your screen shows you how close this is to that general vicinity. So I can't exactly outline as to where this is. Actually, I might be able to. I can't. Let's turn off the radar data and it will be able to show you this way. So you can see here's the edge of Long Island right here. And then here is Block Island right next to Long Island. And this is right exactly where this is supposed to head on towards. If we turn back the radar data, you can actually see the center of Henri as it swirls. Look at that. You can see as it continues to get closer and closer. The center most likely will either head right over Montauk or Brick Island. Or Block Island, I should say. As this continues to move further and further to the north. And that's the main thing here. That's the main area of concern. As this continues to move on through. Let us see. If you haven't if you're new to my channel and you haven't already, please be sure to subscribe, because I do analysis like this whenever, we'll say, weather gets real, all right? Whenever we have tropical storm or hurricane landfalls in the United States, we do live streams for that. We do live streams for significant severe weather, like tornado outbreaks, severe weather outbreaks that create hurricane force winds across a massive widespread scale. We also make videos every single morning updating people on what's going to be happening in the United States. So whether that's tropical weather, whether that's severe weather, we upload videos every single morning. Of course, right now I can't do it because we're live streaming, but we provide videos every single morning. And if you become a channel member, right next to that subscribe button, there's a join button. If you become a channel member, we will also, first off, you will not only get shouted out, down below me, there's this kind of screen that kind of moves through. You can see how it switches. So the pink area right there, it'll change a bunch of different colors. You will actually have your name shouted out down there if you become a channel member, which is just $5 a month. It's very similar to Twitch's subscription. But you'll have your name shouted out there. You'll get exclusive content like bloopers, as well as in the evening, if there isn't any significant weather, or if tropical weather continues to be a thing, or even during winter when we talk about snowstorms, nor'easters, blizzards, icy conditions, Arctic invasions, cold air invasions in the United States. We'll be updating you guys, giving you probably a 5 to 10 minute short little video updating you all on most likely what will happen. So if you guys want content like that, please be sure to subscribe, because we do provide analysis like this all throughout the United States here. You live on Cape Cod, Barnstable, in the village of Cotuit on the Atlantic side. Few heavy downpours, 5 minutes max, little off and on drizzle. Winds are steady and plenty of big gusts. Yep, but the big thing there for you all is most likely going to be the flooding, not from the rain, but from the storm surge. And we'll actually pull it up here real quickly. Here's the storm surge amounts anticipated within some of these areas. You can see here from the Long Island Sound all the way over to Mastic Beach, which is along Long Island, all the way through Buzzards Bay and the Nantucket Sound, 3 to 5 feet of storm surge is anticipated with this system. And it is expected to get pretty significant as this continues to move on through. Of course, once you get further and further away from the southern coast of the Atlantic here, so like coastal Connecticut, coastal Long Island, Rhode Island, and the southern portions of Massachusetts, you can expect smaller amounts of storm surge. Here in New Jersey, you're expecting 1 to 3 feet of storm surge. Here at Long Beach and Fire Island, you can expect 2 to 4 feet of storm surge. And even around the Cape Cod Bay, 2 to 4 feet of storm surge is anticipated as well, especially around Orleans and Provincetown. That's a big area, big tourist destination over there along Cape Cod. And even in Plymouth as well, 2 to 4 feet of storm surge anticipated. And then with Boston, 1 to 3 feet of storm surge is also expected as well. And so if that does get into the underground network tunnels of all sorts of the interstates and roads that are there, that could create some very significant localized flooding in some of those areas. So we really need to watch out for this as much as possible. What area has gotten the most amount of rain from Hurricane Henri? So far, it has been New Jersey. And New Jersey's not even right next to the center area of low pressure. You can see right here is Henri. This is the general swirl, the counterclockwise swirl from Henri. And look at all these flash flood warnings here. Already over 8 inches of rainfall has fallen from the system, maybe in upwards of 9 inches of rain in some of these areas as well. Ongoing water rescues are occurring. And if that's what's happening over here in New Jersey, where there's this much amount of rain falling over here, try and guess as to what's going to happen a lot closer to Henri. There's expected to be a lot more significant conditions here from this system. And another thing too here, we can also see another weather station just off of the coast here of southern portions of Massachusetts. So right off the coast of Martha's Vineyard. And we have sustained winds here of 45 miles per hour with wind gusts and upwards of 51. That is pretty significant. That is pretty significant there on a sustained wind perspective. And so we can expect that to be a lot more widespread here. The closer and closer you get to the center area of low pressure, which is indicated with this giant L. The L stands for low pressure system, and that's what hurricanes typically are. Great reporting, watching live from the Isle of Man in Britain. Well, thank you so much for tuning in from Britain, even though this isn't exactly impacting you. And as I said, you know, we'll continue to update you guys live as this does make landfall. We will be most likely going live throughout practically the entire day. And there's all sorts of information that is going to be provided here for you. So please stay tuned as much as possible. Underpasses are death traps and heavy flooding. Turn around, don't drown. I agree. I agree. And that's the worst case scenario too for places like tornadoes, because and even for wind, because wind actually gets channeled within that area. I'm gonna actually I'm gonna make the entire screen dark here. I'm not sure if you guys can see it, but if you can imagine an underpass here. So here's a bridge right here. There's the bridge, and then you have your beam. Your beams holding up the bridge, and then you have your road systems here underneath the underpass, okay? If you can imagine it this way, all the wind that's going to be moving into this into an underpass is all going to be channeled right within this confined area, compared to when you're on top of the bridge where there isn't a ceiling holding it in. It can go up, it can go left, it can go right, it can do whatever it wants, but with an underpass, it actually gets trapped right within that area. That's the reason why we all say, us weather enthusiasts and meteorologists, do not go under underpasses to take shelter, because winds will be amplified. Winds will be amplified if you hide out within there. And even if the underpass as well, you know, as my comrade on Twitch did make a point, flooding can be ongoing in underpasses, and flooding, you know, some localized flooding areas can appear a lot shallower than they actually are. And that leads to some areas, you know, as well, potentially seeing a lot of abandoned cars that could either, you know, people that could misjudge the flooding and they could just be driving straight into it. Or if they do end up somehow driving through it, staying afloat, staying atop of the car, you also have to keep in mind that some of the floodwaters are going to be seeping into your engine, into your battery, and it could break down your car that way, leaving you stranded in the middle of those floodwaters. So it's definitely one of those things to where you really need to watch out for as this continues to progress. And if you do see floodwaters, please turn around and don't drown. Do not drive into flooded roadways. If you drive into flooded roadways, you are setting yourself up for disaster. Oh, sheesh. I want to take a look at the weather station here real quickly on... Oh, look at that. Oh, wow. Conditions are amplifying. So this is on Block Island right here. And we are already seeing wind gusts and upwards of 61 miles per hour. Look at that. Let's actually go full screen to Block Island here. And they're seeing sustained winds of 32 miles per hour and wind gusts of 60 miles per hour. So real quickly, let me put that window up here. I'm going to actually remove the radar. And I'm going to put the weather station here. I'm sorry for going full screen with that, but I'm going to put the weather station up there to show you all the ongoing conditions. So there's the weather station. We're going to put it down there. I'm going to try and make it as big as possible so you guys can see. There we go. Put it below that. We'll do this. I think people might be able to see it. I'm going to actually make it a little bit larger here. There we go. There we go. So here we got it. We got the station here from Block Island, and we saw that wind gust of 60 miles per hour. That is really strong. That is a really strong wind gust. That is very strong. Who am I kidding? That is severe weather parameters right there. If that was a regular storm, there would be a severe thunderstorm warning right then and there issued for that. So just by seeing that wind gust, that is really significant. But you can see here on the live camera here on the side, I'll actually pull up my can I pull up my little arrow? I cannot pull up my little arrow. That is unfortunate. There we go. We got our little arrow now. So a couple things to point out here with this is look at how immense the surf is. Look at back here. This is all, they purposefully put a barrier here full of rocks and sand to try and protect the harbor here of Block Island. You can also see that here on the left-hand side as it extends, but visibility, you know, we were able to see pretty far out before the beginning of the stream. Now, visibility, it's barely hard to see this barrier right here. And with storm surge expected to amplify as this thing continues to get closer and closer to this island, it could get pretty bad here. Winds are definitely going to be a lot more significant. So we're definitely going to have to watch out for this as this continues to move on through. And of course, this weather station is going to continue to update more and more. So we'll have all the activity here live for you all the more reason why you guys should share this live stream with people who are potentially going to be impacted. Because at this point, we just need to get the information out to as many people as possible. So share this live stream with friends and family and on social media, like Facebook, like Twitter, especially if they lose power. If people over here lose power, they're not going to go to their local cable network. They're not going to go to their local news station because they won't be able to. They'll go onto places like Facebook, like Twitter, like YouTube. That's the reason why I live stream here, because I want to get as much information out to as many people as possible. And we're basically going to be looking at all these conditions, all the different station data, all the different radar data, satellite data, hurricane hunter data, all that information there for you all as much as possible. So if you share this information with people on social media, they'll know who to go to and what information they can anticipate. And another thing too is by liking the live stream, you actually help YouTube get this live stream out to more and more people. This information could be beneficial to people impacted because this is a life-threatening situation across much portions of the Northeast. So we have to watch out as much as possible, and we have to try and get as much this information to as many people as possible. So definitely something to consider there. Are you supposed to leave your house or shelter in place? It depends upon where you live. I would say shelter in place if you're already being impacted. And if you can, probably go to the either seek higher ground or seek the lowest innermost part of your building. Lowest innermost part of your building that's not a basement. That'd probably be the best case scenario. And stay away from windows as well. So let's go full screen to Radar Omega here. And we'll be able to see all the ongoing warnings here from this system. You can see the tropical storm warnings indicated in the dark blue polygons. You can see all the... it looks like the hurricane warnings actually have been canceled for the most part. And they have, so that's the good news. Hurricane warnings have now been canceled for the most part. I'm going to keep the hurricane warning boxes throughout much of the stream here. Actually, you know what? I might be able to take out the hurricane warnings. I might be able to. But for right now, I'm going to keep the hurricane warning boxes up there. Of course, the brighter pink is storm surge warning. Storm surge is expected to be rather significant throughout much of the area. And this area isn't exactly prone to flooding. It's very susceptible to flooding, actually. So there's going to be widespread impacts with this system. And then the brighter pink is a storm surge watch. So a lot of conditions expected from this system as this continues to move on through. Yep, that's a good thing there as well. Local radio stations will most likely have current information as well. Unless if they evacuated too. If they evacuated, then, you know, local radio stations may not be the way to go. But as I said, you know, they'll probably go onto social media sites like YouTube, and we're going to want to get this information out to as many people as possible. That's the big thing here. We want to try and save lives here. It's not just, you know, for fame. We're not trying to make money off of this. We're trying to help people. And that's the big thing there. That's what this channel was founded on. We upload videos every single morning to warn people ahead of the fact as to what's happening with these systems, whether it's tropical or severe weather, or winter weather, whether there's blizzards, ice, all sorts of activity there. Or whether we do these live streams when they happen live. That's the entire purpose of this channel. We are almost to 400 viewers. That is absolutely insane, guys. Thank you so much. One thing that we actually can do here with Radar Omega is we can actually see the radar in 3D. Look at this. Look at this here. I'm going to play the loop as this progresses. And look at the radar loop of Hurricane and or Tropical Storm Henri. Tropical Cyclone Henri. Look at how far the rainfall expands. The rainfall is quite expansive. Actually, if I take a measuring tool here and measure the distance, we'll go here from the border of Pennsylvania and New Jersey all the way over to Cape Cod. The rain field here, the width of the rain field is about 250 miles. And then, of course, it extends vertically here from the southern side here, which isn't impacting land, all the way up into New Hampshire. A good 210 miles that way as well. So this is a very large area that is being impacted with these rains and damaging winds. And you know, I'm sure most people here in the United States know there's a lot of people that live here. There's a lot of people. And so impacts will most likely be pretty widespread across a large area. And we need to watch out for this as much as possible. Another thing that we can do here on Radar Omega is we can take a look at the satellite imagery here. And you can see a lot of these reds and oranges indicate a lot of strong thunderstorm activity. Areas around it indicate a little weaker activity, but they still have bits and bobs of rain around it as well. But to give a perspective as to the size of these showers and thunderstorms, we can also look at the 3D analysis of this infrared satellite imagery. And look at this. Look at this here. You can see how this progresses closer and closer. We'll play the loop for this as well. Look at these showers and thunderstorms that actually get pushed on shore here. Over here is New Jersey and New York at the bottom right-hand part of your screen. Look at how these showers and thunderstorms actually get pushed on shore. That's the reason why there are multiple flash flood warnings over there in places of New Jersey, like Princeton. That's the reason why there has been so much rainfall within some of these areas, and upwards of 8 to even 9 inches of rain, and they're not even going to be directly impacted by Henri. That's how expansive this risk actually is. So there is a lot of activity here, to say the least, as this continues to move on through. It looks like the conditions over on Block Island have now started to intensify rather rapidly. So let's go back over there, and you can see, look at the live camera. Of course, there are a couple people who are running around, and there's cars that are moving around. But look at the winds there. Look at the rainfall amount. It is really starting to amplify. And if you take a look at the screen above me, that's actually the station for Block Island. And this is really starting to pick up. Conditions are really starting to pick up as the system gets closer and closer. So we are anticipating this, the conditions over on Block Island to get stronger and stronger, and we will be able to show you what is happening live as this gets closer and closer as well. So we'll have all sorts of information here for you all as this continues to move on forward. We are now above 13,200 subscribers. Thank you guys so much. I really do appreciate it. As I said, subscribing is free on YouTube. So if you want to do so, feel free to do so, because I upload videos every single morning updating everyone as to what all is happening, whether it's in the tropics or whether it's severe weather, even winter weather when we get there with blizzards, snowstorms, ice storms, Arctic invasions, cold air blasts, and stuff like that. I'll be giving you guys all sorts of information throughout all portions of the year. So if you guys do want to stay tuned to the channel, please be sure to subscribe. And if you want to, even turn on notifications so that you stay up to date with all the latest information. But yes, the camera is shaking over there on Block Island. Now, it seems as if the hurricane hunters are really kind of taking their time getting to this system. We'll actually show you here real quickly on the map. We'll go back over here. And you can take a look and see the hurricane hunters took off from Savannah, Georgia, and they're heading off to the north towards Henri. Right here is Henri. You can see the outlines of Long Island right within here, and coastal Connecticut, Rhode Island, and Massachusetts right within there. And so as the system continues to move off further to the north, we'll be able to see what all is happening with this system as this continues to propagate further northward. So a lot of activity is expected from the system. From the system. And we're really going to have to watch out for this as this continues to move northward. Now, what the hurricane hunters are actually going to do is they're going to go into the storm. They're going to fly right into it. And they actually have weather instruments attached to the plane so that they may be able to determine as to what all is happening both at the flight level that they are currently flying through, what the winds, rain, temperature, dew points all are there, as well as what all is happening at the surface. So that will be providing some crucial data to us as to where the most intense areas most likely are going to be. So a lot of activity here from hurricane, or tropical cyclone, I should say, Henri, as this moves further north. So let's pull up that radar image again here of the system as it continues to move northward. And it looks like, actually, let's go over to Long Island's radar here. It looks like there is an outer wall here that's beginning to form on the northern side of the system, and that outer wall is heading right into Block Island. And if we take a look back at that weather station here of Block Island, we have sustained winds of 35 miles per hour with gusts up to 55, and conditions are expected to amplify. So we're going to watch this very closely as this continues to get closer and closer here. I mean, look at this outer wall right here. This is pretty significant looking, and this has been really starting to amplify over the last half an hour. All the conditions are starting to kind of congeal right within this one area. And so we're definitely going to have to watch out for this as much as possible. I'm going to take a 3D of this right here. I'm going to take a 3D of Henri. Be able to show you all the rain from this. And look at this here, guys. Henri is quite expansive and has some very high showers and thunderstorms, very high cloud tops here at 40 to 50,000 feet. And you can see that here in the background. That's the lines that designate the sizes or the heights of these systems. But you can see here, look at how this kind of moves up. This is a very in-depth 3D analysis of this storm, and it actually looks at where all the showers and thunderstorms actually are, and it forms it into this 3D analysis, as I said. So we can see right here, very high cloud tops from this storm as this continues to progress. And even if I zoom out a little bit, you can see the general swirl of this system as this continues to move closer and closer onshore. So some really amazing analysis here from this radar, the 3D analysis of Tropical Cyclone Henri as it moves further and further to the north. And what I'm actually going to do here is I'm going to narrow it down to specific amounts of rainfall. This is moderate amounts of rainfall right here. And look at this outer band right here. This is exactly what I was talking about. As this continues to get closer and closer to Block Island. This outer band right here is what's going to be creating significant conditions over on Block Island. And as I said, we do have a camera over there. We do have a station out there that'll be providing the latest information as this continues to get closer and closer. So all sorts of impacts can be expected within this area. So guys, let's, as I said, please share this live stream with friends and family and on social media, especially if you know anyone who's going to be impacted in here, or if you know anyone, or if you live anyone. If you live anywhere near these areas, highly recommend staying to the live stream and even sharing this information, because some of this information can be crucial, can be very crucial to people within these areas. So we really have to watch out for this as much as possible. And another thing too here, I say share this with friends and family and on social media like Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube. I say that because if people get power outages, across a wide variety of area, they won't be able to tune into their cable networks. They won't be able to go to their local news station. They'll have to go on to social media like YouTube and Twitter and Facebook. And so if we share this live stream on those platforms, they'll be able to get that information that they need. And the other thing too as well is by liking the live stream, you also help YouTube get this live stream out to more and more people, essentially spreading the information to a wider audience. That's most likely the reason why you clicked onto this live stream, because you wanted to know what is happening with Tropical Cyclone Henri. So by liking the live stream, that actually gets this information out to more and more people, and we want that. We want to tell as many people as possible that this stuff is happening. So that's the big thing here. Let's go back over to Block Island's live camera here, and you can see, man, that camera's kind of shaking and baking a little bit with a lot of the wind and rain. The outer band isn't exactly right on Block Island just yet, but it is anticipated to move over that general vicinity here relatively soon. So we're expected to have a lot of conditions to really start to increase here. And we'll be watching this live. As I said, we'll be live throughout much of the day here, all the way up until landfall on the main portions of the United States. We'll be watching this go all the way through here to coastal Connecticut and Rhode Island. So even if you don't live along Long Island here, I will be covering this here for the coastal areas of Connecticut, Rhode Island, and Massachusetts. And that's a wide area to cover too, especially with the system being as large as it is. Let's go back over here to the radar analysis, and we have reports here. We have reports here in Rhode Island of trees down already. And the eye of the system hasn't even made landfall. It's nowhere near Rhode Island. Right here is the center area of low pressure, and there's already reported trees down. That's how significant the situation could potentially get, especially with how saturated the rain has made the ground, which will make it easier for trees to be toppled and even power lines. That's the reason why I'm saying there will most likely be widespread power outages across most of these areas. But yeah, we already have reports of trees down, treed through a roof of a home in Overhill Road. Tree down on power lines on Church Street here. We have tree down on Orchard. We have a lot of trees down already. We already have a lot of impacts. And so we really need to watch out for this as much as possible, because it will get significant as it gets closer and closer towards the coast. We already can see that. We can already see conditions really start to amplify. Mainly because of the name. Mainly because of the name. Yeah, the name of the channel isn't exactly the best. If you came back on a channel that most likely had a better name, probably would be the best. Yep, charge your electronics in case of an emergency. Get batteries, get your charge packs ready, because if there's already power outages, definitely a lot of activity expected there. What the heck are those orange warnings? Those orange warnings are actually special marine warnings. So those... Those are really going to get impactful here soon if they do issue some over this general vicinity. Let's take a look at that live camera again. And we'll watch as conditions continue to amplify here. VT are oh jeez. Can I not pronounce things to save my life? VT Arzelis, there we go. VT Arzelis, thank you for the host. I really do appreciate it. Let's take a moment and discuss special marine warnings. What are they? What do they mean? Okay, so special marine warnings are basically warnings that are kind of similar to severe thunderstorm warnings, except they're issued for the water. So people over there. All sorts of bots that are coming in here. That's unfortunate. But yeah, as I said, the conditions of Block Island are starting to really amplify here soon. And a lot of activity is really starting to amplify here. So let's take a look. People asked if they wanted to see Boston, and why not? Let's go take a look at Boston here real quickly. We'll take a look at it from the radar of Radar Omega. Here's the Boston radar, and you can see there's a lot of rainfall over here across some of these portions of Boston. Already some outer bands that are really pushing on through. And there is a lot of activity there. There's even some lightning within some of these areas too as well. Any flooding of significance yet? Most likely will be here soon. There most likely will be here soon. Within the main areas impacted, I should say. There's already some very significant flooding over here in New Jersey, with rainfall amounts already in upwards of 9 inches of rain. And water rescues have already been reported. So a lot of activity is already ongoing over there. Hello from Newport. Winds are definitely starting to pick up here. We're in one of the heavier bands of rain as well, still have power. Well, that's good. As I said, I will be live streaming throughout most of the day, all the way until past landfall. So, we're going to get you guys as much information as possible here. And if you want to stay tuned, feel free to do so. Our live camera right here is currently out of Block Island, which is, right about here. So if we take a look at the radar analysis, we got our outer bands right here. We got our outer bands right there. And then right here, if you take a look and see this island right here, that is actually Block Island. So Block Island is going to be hit directly by this system. And it's going to be creating a lot of strong damaging winds and widespread flooding. So there's definitely an instance to where we need to watch out for this as much as possible. Nate, you live on the Boston Harbor, and as another guest said, fog is dense and rain is heavy. Yeah, and that would make sense, honestly, with those outer bands. I mean, look at this outer band that's right here over Boston. Very big time rain bands are moving on through. Just moved out of the main portion of Boston, though, so that's the good news. But there is a lot of activity here that is anticipated from the system. Let's take a look over here at the 3D radar analysis. We'll actually play the loop here, and you can actually see the heavier amounts of rain. Look at this. Heavy amounts of rain surrounding the center area of low pressure, which is right about here. Right about there is the eye of Henri as it continues to move on to the north. And it's actually right within the area, right next to Block Island. So with that live camera that we have, and with that that weather station that we have, we'll be able to show you live what is going to be happening within that outer band. Within that outer band of Henri. So all sorts of information. All sorts of information here for you all. So it's all the more reason for you guys to stay tuned to the channel. And as I said, please be sure to share this live stream with more and more people, because we need to get the information out as much as possible. If they do issue flash flood warnings to where there needs to be water rescue emergencies, I will have that information here for you. I will tell you which areas will most likely get the most impacted by both winds, rain, and flooding. I mean, there's, as I said, already been reported damage across most of these areas. So we need to continue to get as much information out to as many people as possible. So share this live stream on Facebook, on Twitter, with friends and family, especially if you know anyone who lives in these areas. This information could be crucial to some of these people. And as well as sharing the information, by liking the live stream, you actually help YouTube get this live stream to more and more people. And that's essentially spreading the information out as well. So if you guys do that, that would be greatly appreciated. That would be very much so greatly appreciated for some of these areas. Especially if they're going to be impacted by this. If someone on YouTube walks across this live stream, they could potentially get a lot of information from this live stream. I'd like to say that I'm distributing a lot of information. So that'd be greatly appreciated if you guys could help me out, get the information out to as many people as possible. Will the Hudson Valley get a ton of rain? I heard lots of rain is expected in your area. That is a good question, my friend. And if we actually take a look real quickly at the U.S. rainfall potential here, you can take a look and see that the Hudson River Valley is anticipated to get rainfall amounts in upwards of 4 to 10 inches. So flash flooding will most likely be a significant threat across the board here. It most likely will be a significant threat across the board in this general vicinity. And flash flooding is no joke. Especially since most of this rain is going to head down the Hudson River into New York City. There could be potential localized flooding there too. So flash flooding is no joke whatsoever. And we really need to watch out for this as this continues to move on through. You're in Merrimack County, New Hampshire. The area just issued a flash flood warning. Did they issue a flash flood warning? I wouldn't say they issued a flash flood warning. Or at least it doesn't look like they did. But I think they definitely could potentially do so here relatively soon. We're surrounded by high rivers here, and yeah, that's the concern. Most areas near rivers and creeks and streams, all sorts of areas like that, most likely will see higher water levels, and that will lead to significant flash flooding across some of these areas. Let's go back to the Long Island radar here, and there has been some more reports here of flooding on Garden State Parkway. So the Garden State Parkway is getting more and more flooding across much of these areas. As I mentioned, there's already been water rescues across much of the area here in New Jersey from Henri. But the rainfall is starting to head further and further to the north, and you can actually see the expansive rain field here across portions of Long Island all the way into New Jersey. And so flooding is anticipated from this system. Any storm chasers live out there? There are a couple storm chasers that are being impacted. You see a bunch of these little green dots here, and that's actually some of the storm chasers that are trying to be impacted by the storm. And so we have a couple here near Montauk, New York. We also have a couple here along coastal Rhode Island. We also have a couple here along coastal Connecticut. So there definitely is a couple people here that are getting impacted by the brunt of this storm. You can also see how close that outer band is to Block Island. Right there is Block Island. It's kind of hard to see, so if I take off the radar here, there's Block Island, as I said. I'll actually circle this here for you all. So there's Block Island. If we turn back the radar on, you can see how close that major band, that outer band of the center of Henri actually is to Block Island. So we'll be able to see that live on the camera as this continues to progress further and further. We'll be able to see the conditions of Tropical Cyclone Henri as it continues to propagate further northward. So that's speaking of which, let's go over to the live camera over there. You'll have a good opportunity to see me. Hi. And on the left-hand part of your screen, the big screen is obviously the live camera of Block Island. And right above us, right there, that is actually the station data, the weather station data that is currently updating consistently on Block Island. And so the sustained winds, if you take a look in the furthest top right part of that actual station on the picture there, you can see 32.8 and then 57.3 miles per hour. On the left-hand side is the sustained winds, which would be, in this case, around 33 miles per hour, and then the wind gusts and upwards of 57 miles per hour, and that's pretty significant across much of this area. So There is a lot of activity here that is really starting to amplify, and we're going to see those conditions really start to pick up here as this begins to start to make landfall over that island. And it'll be pretty interesting to see here live, so if you guys want to see that, please feel free to stay tuned, as conditions will begin to rather pick up here. It'll really start to get serious here as well. If you guys are new to the channel and you guys are enjoying the information that I do provide here, please be sure to subscribe. All right, I do live streams whenever tropical storms and hurricanes make landfall. I also do live streams for severe weather outbreaks and tornado outbreaks. And I also upload videos every single morning, kind of forecasting what is expected to happen for the future, trying to let people know as to what could potentially be happening. It's all about getting the information out. And so, if you guys think that information like that could be beneficial to you, feel free to subscribe. Feel free to subscribe and turn on notifications to stay up to date with all the content that I do provide here for you all. We are at 13,230 people strong. And there are a lot of people that want information. So as I said, if you want to continue to stay tuned, feel free to do so. Someone asked if we can show the Montauk live camera. Yes, I actually can. Let's go ahead and do that here real quickly. I have to update the Montauk camera here. So if you'd give me a couple seconds. Am I friends with Force 14? I actually know a couple people who work over there. So let's do that, and then let's do, give me a second. I'm going to try and get the camera here for Montauk, and there it is. There's the camera for Montauk, New York, which is the furthest east you can go on Long Island. And the camera is kind of, it's a little, it's frozen right now, only because the service is kind of bad over there. But you'll see it begin to pick up a little bit more, and you can see how the water levels are actually rising up further and further to this little dock here. And so you can expect this dock to most likely be overrun by this tropical system with all the storm surge and wind from this. I can't exactly say for certain as to whether or not this this pier or this dock will be washed away. But I definitely think that things could definitely start to really amplify here relatively soon. Sistine89 with the $5 super chat. Thank you, my friend. I really do appreciate it. Says, Block Island has about 1,200 year-round residents, plus whoever is there as a tourist right now. So that is quite a substantial amount of people there. Basically the size of a small town on an island that is surrounded by water. So the water will amplify the winds around that general vicinity. And you can already see, look at the wind gust right there. The wind gust is in upwards of 62.5 miles per hour. That is really significant. That is really significant within that general vicinity. Of course, sustained winds are at 35 miles per hour. So those winds are whipping. And of course, the live camera at the top right-hand part of your screen is there on the island. So it's showing you the current conditions within that general vicinity as well. How hard will Martha's Vineyard will most likely be impacted? Well, you do already have sustained winds over there in upwards of around 45 miles per hour. It looks like the center area of low pressure will most likely stay further off to the west of you. So that is the good news here for you all. But storm surge will most likely be a huge factor as this system continues to move further north and north. Especially if you live on the southern coast. If you live on the northern coast, you guys probably won't be impacted as heavily until later on tonight, probably around 2 to 5 p.m. Mainly because what is expected to happen here, and if we go over, if you guys would give me a second so that I can actually pull this up. So bear with me here. Give me a second, please. Here we go. So if we go over to the expected wind of this system from the HWRF model, we can see the wind field, which is rather expansive here as it moves further to the north. Now the winds, if you can imagine this, it's moving in a counterclockwise way, counterclockwise position. Oh, and also a big thing here that I just realized with this wind. Look here in this area of Rhode Island, the southeastern portion of Rhode Island here, within some of these islands, and upwards of 53 miles per hour is possible. That's pretty significant in that area. But anyways, I got a little bit of sidetracked. So back to the information here. You can see as to how this continues to swirl around in a counterclockwise fashion. But then as this moves a bit further north, you'll see the winds still continue to be rather expansive. And across much of the general vicinity, you will potentially see some pretty strong damaging winds. So I'm still expecting the winds to be rather significant. I'd say, actually, I retract my statement as to when the peak wind speed for Martha's Vineyard would actually be. I'd say right around the 11 o'clock period to 12 o'clock period is when this will most likely be the most impactful. But you can see here along the damaging wind field, it is pretty expansive, very expansive for the most part. As a matter of fact, the maximum sustained winds within some of the bands here is in upwards of 60 miles per hour. Wind gusts can be a lot heavier than this. If we go over to the wind gust potential, wind gusts can be higher in upwards of 80 miles per hour, even into 85 miles per hour. Look at this massive wind field right here. This massive sporadic wind field that envelops most of New England. So we really got to watch out for this as this continues to propagate further northward, because this will create impacts. And if we go over to the radar here, we'll go over to the radar here from Boston. I just changed it to what I did not want to change it to, unfortunate. If we go over here to the radar from Boston, we can already see there's already impacts. There's already been reports of trees and power lines down. And this area is already super saturated. So we can expect a lot more rain within this area, causing a lot more flooding from both just aerial flooding and storm surge. But we can also anticipate impacts within these areas of trees and power lines down from wind damage, creating widespread power outages. And that's the reason why I live stream on here too, is because if those power outages do occur, they won't be able to have cable to tune into their local news networks. They won't be able to tune into any sort of weather channel or any sort of stuff like that. And so that's the reason why I live stream here, is so that I can get this information out to people who come onto social media like Facebook, like Twitter, like YouTube. And so by sharing this live stream, sharing the link and all of that to more and more people, we may be able to get crucial information to people who may actually need it. So that's the reason why I ask you all to, share the live stream as much as possible. That's the reason why I ask you all to like the live stream, because liking the live stream does the exact same thing. Liking the live stream actually helps YouTube get this information out to more and more people. And so it's all about telling people as to what is going to be happening and showing people what is ongoing. So that's the big thing there. That's the big thing there. And someone just made a good point. There even is a potential tornado risk with this too. Would not be surprised if we saw a tornado or two from this. Of course, if they do issue a tornado warning, we'll be covering that as well. So all sorts of information that we'll be distributing here. Check out the North Lighthouse camera on Block Island. Let's see. Let's go over. Oh geez, those winds are actually getting pretty significant. We might actually not have to do that. Look at the live camera right here now from Block Island. And the winds are pretty significant over there still, right now. But let's see if I can pull that up here on YouTube. let us see. So North Lighthouse Block Island camera. Look at that right here. So here's the live camera from Block Island. We'll go over here full screen. It's live right now. And the current conditions actually... Yeah, here's the current conditions of the storm. You guys can't actually see what's really happening because it's really foggy. Take a look at these windows. A lot of rain, a lot of fog around it, so you can't really get a decent grasp as to what is happening on the ground. And then if we go back over here as the video tries to load as much as possible, go back to this camera here, which is a little bit further south of the lighthouse. Look at the impacts that are starting to be ongoing here. Look at the storm surge. Look at the waves here. Look at all the foam and the storm surge that's starting to surge inland. It's starting to go over these rocks that are supposed to be protecting this main harbor area. So this is really something that we have to watch out for. If this starts to go over the rocks, we could be talking about some storm surge within this harbor area. And that could get pretty significant. So we have to... We'll continue to update you guys as much as possible, but very significant. I want to move over real quickly to the 4-panel camera area right now. And look at Montauk, New York. Look at the waves there at the bottom right-hand part of your screen. It is starting to overrun the pier. The water is starting to overtake the pier, and that is not something you want to see by any stretch of the imagination. So we got some really... Look at the waves. Look at the wave right there, the bottom right-hand part of your screen. It is overtaking the pier. Right there on Montauk, New York. The furthest east you can get on Long Island. And that's stunning. I would not be surprised if the pier actually gets overtaken. I can't actually say if it'll actually break off from the coast. I think it's relatively well anchored to the coast here. But the water is starting to overtake it. And that's something you do not want to see. Yeah, look at the water. That is... Wow. That is pretty crazy. Apparently, there was the latest update on Henri, so now it is weakened a little bit further into a tropical storm. So now it's, instead of it being a hurricane, it's now Tropical Storm Henri. 65-mile-per-hour storm with 987 millibars. The reason why it's weakening so quick is because it's moving over those cooler waters that are right around Long Island and New England. So a lot of activity here still. Still a lot of damaging winds as well. Widespread damaging winds as possible. And this was the forecast. It was expected to continue to weaken as it gets closer and closer to the coast. So we'll definitely have to watch out for this as this continues to move on through. Let's see. Well, always late for stream because you don't get notifications. Signed up with Discord, still no luck. Well, that's unfortunate. You might have to take a look at what type of notifications you have on as this continues to move on through. Can you tell me how this might be impacting Vermont? Well, Vermont most likely will be getting localized flooding conditions due to storm surge. And actually, well, not storm surge, I'm sorry. From rainfall from Henri. You can see here that localized areas here in Vermont, specifically on the central to southern sides of Vermont, 2 to 6 inches of rainfall is expected. And if rain starts to basically add up into areas of storm surge, well, not storm surge, jeez, I keep seeing storm surge on the bottom right hand side of your screen. It's just mesmerizing at this point. So here's the rainfall amounts, as I mentioned. 2 to 6 inches of rain. on the southern side. And if this starts to congeal a bit more, you can start to talk about flash flooding within some of these areas. A lot of significant flash flooding that'll start to stream into areas, potentially even to the Hudson River Valley. And so it all depends upon how much rain your area gets and where you live. If you live on higher elevations, you should be fine. You should potentially be fine because the flash flooding will most likely occur in streams, creeks, valleys, and rivers. But still the case there. Wow, I'm looking at that camera over and over again, and I can't help but look at it more and more. That is absolutely phenomenal. Let's see if I can get that camera here on this screen right here. So I believe it would be... no, it's actually Radar Omega. Okay, so let's go over to... Let's add our thing here. And we'll watch it on the big screen. And I mean, this camera right here is absolutely phenomenal. I mean, we just got continuous surge on this pier. And it's just over and over and over again. The continuous impacts from the system. And as I said, we will be live streaming throughout the better portion of the day. Su Chang with the $5 super chat. Thank you, my friend. I really do appreciate it. I know I'm about 7 minutes late, but had a lot of information to talk about there, so I do apologize. But yes, thank you for the $5 super chat. I really do appreciate it. Stuff like that helps me continue to do stuff like this on my channel. So I really do appreciate all the funds that you guys do provide for me. And we will be live streaming throughout much of the day, all the way through past landfall. We'll be getting you guys all sorts of the latest information on damage reports, power outages, flooding, any sorts of warnings that the local weather forecasting offices may have. So all sorts of activity there. One thing that I do want to point out for you all is that there already is some power outages here in Rhode Island. Now, there's only 3 counties here in Rhode Island, but if we take a look here at Washington County, Rhode Island, already 3,200 people are without power. And that is quite an absorbent amount of people without power within this general area. So expect that number to continue to increase as well. We also have areas here in Connecticut, widespread areas here in Connecticut without power as well from Henri. And then we also have areas here in New York, specifically here in Suffolk County, where we have 2,500 people without power as well. So expect those numbers to continue to rise and rise as this system continues to get closer and closer to make landfall. Could I link the camera for you all? Yes, I can. If you guys do want to watch it. Of course, I'll still be live streaming as well. Let's get the link here for you all, and then we'll full screen it again. So here's the link to the camera, right there. If you guys want to watch it for yourself, you can. Of course, I will still be live with it as well. I will still be live here all the way throughout. Let's go. Give me a second. Kind of messed up here, unfortunately. So let's fix it. There's the Earth camera, and there you go. There's the live camera. So let's, real quickly, let's go check up on Block Island here. Let's go check up on Block Island, see what they're dealing with. I've got my arrow still, so let's just hide that real quickly. And we can see that there's some sustained winds of 36 miles per hour with wind gusts and upwards of 58. So some very strong wind activity with this system. And of course, the the live camera on your left side, showing some pretty substantial surge from the coast there, as well as some very strong damaging winds. Look over here on the bottom right-hand side of the image. You can see the tree is starting to bend due to all of the sustained winds, so a lot of activity there. So guys, I'm gonna keep saying this. Guys need to share this information with friends and family and on social media. If you can share it on places like Facebook, like Twitter, a lot of people are going to be looking for information over there if they're not looking at their local news network. And that's the reason why I live stream here on YouTube, so that I may be able to provide this information to people who may need it. So by doing that, this information could be essential to people who are going to be impacted. And the same thing too here with YouTube. By liking the live stream, you guys actually help me get this information out to more and more people, because YouTube then recommends it to more and more people on the platform. So if you guys continue to do that, that would be greatly appreciated. Because it's all about getting the information out to as many people as possible. It's all about potentially saving lives. Check your Twitter, just found something insane. I will indeed. As I said, if you guys do want to help me out here on stream, if you guys find any sort of footage that you want to send in, as long as you are safe, of course, or if you scroll on Twitter and you find any sort of damage, flooding, any sort of storm surge, please be sure to follow me on Twitter and at me, at Nate_Snyder. We're 15 followers away from 1,000 followers, actually. But if you want to send a bunch of information in, feel free to do so. That'd be greatly appreciated. Looking here at the buoy data, Flasty actually sent me this information, good friend of mine. And the wave height here is actually increasing exponentially. And we can actually see that here. If we go over to Google Earth here real quickly, we can not only see the hurricane hunters heading into the system, but we can also see the buoy here and the wave height. Well, we can't exactly see it here. Let's take a look at the observations. We can't see the observations there, unfortunately. But the wave height within that area is relatively high. The waves are in upwards of almost 20 feet, a little bit below that at about 19.3 feet, which is really significant, very significant across much of these areas. So this is definitely something to watch out for as this continues to progress. How is Staten Island? No tropical storm force winds yet. It seems as if conditions have continued to deteriorate a little bit further the further west you go, specifically around Staten Island and New Jersey. Lot of flooding, though, is anticipated across much of those areas, so definitely something to watch out for. Les Bakush! Hello, hello, welcome to the live stream. How are you this fine morning? EM, good morning, how are you? Will it impact Brooklyn much? Most likely with the rainfall, causing some more flash flooding. So if there are any flash flood warnings issued, please turn around, don't drown, don't drive into flooded roadways. So yeah, here's what Flasty was talking about right here. Look at this wave. 19.36 feet. Right here from this buoy. That is really significant. That is very significant, actually. So all sorts of activity here expected from this system. Let's take a look here at Henri. The eastern shores of Long Island. So here's the look here too of the surf as well. Not exactly surging onto areas here for storm surge levels, but you do have some very rough waves here. Very rough waves. So a lot of activities expected with that. Look at this here too. Look at this here in Rhode Island. You can see the really rough surf here and how the water continuously is getting pushed up further and further inland. So there's going to be a lot of activity here as this continues to move on through. You're right, there aren't any hurricane warnings anymore. I probably should update that. Probably should. I've been really occupied with just getting the information out. So real quickly, let's do that. I'd have to remember which slides are which. Because before there were hurricane warnings, right? When the beginning, when I live streamed this, there were hurricane warnings. So you can't exactly blame me for that. Let's go over here. Let's go to bottom bar tropics, slides 8, 9, 10, and 11. So give me a second here. 8, 9, 10, and 11 are the ones that are with hurricane warnings. There we go. All right, got that fixed. Got it fixed. There for you all. Look at this over here too. This is in Block Island. This is exactly where we're watching out for. And look at this. Look at all the rain and storm surge. That's not what I wanted to show you. That's unfortunate. I wanted to do this so that you guys could hear it. Look at the storm surge here and the winds from the system. Look at this. Look at that. Yep, I appreciate people who helped share the live stream on social media. As I said, we're going to be continuing to give more and more information as time continues to progress. And it's getting closer and closer to Block Island. Getting very close to Block Island, so we'll be able to see the actual landfall of the system. Most likely here within the next few minutes. But yeah, look at the surf here. Very intense surf. Very interesting there. Let's we'll retweet that. So that was from Patrick Little. Turn that off there real quickly. Here's a good indication as to what storm surge could be like in some areas. And take a look at this. All right, good differentiation between measurements of feet. 0 to 3 feet, of course, can be a lot higher than some toddlers. And then 3 to 6 feet is about the size of most people. Particularly 6 feet, I'd have to say for sure. And so storm surge is anticipated within these areas to be 3 to 5 feet. 3 to 5 feet of storm surge. So definitely something to watch out for as this continues to progress. The National Weather Service in Boston actually says 3 to 6 feet of storm surge could actually be possible within the system as well. So whole lot of activity that is anticipated as this continues to move on through. Let's go take a look at the radar of the system here real quickly. And it seems as if the main band is starting to move right over Block Island. So let's go over to the live camera of Block Island here. And look at that. Look at the sustained winds at the top right-hand part of your screen. 40 mile per hour sustained winds, or actually 39.7 mile per hour sustained winds, with wind gusts and upwards of 66 miles per hour. 66 miles per hour. That is a lot of activity there. Pretty significant activity from this system. So we really have to watch out for this as this continues to propagate further northward. But we have some very heavy sustained winds of 40 miles per hour here within this this band. And then this wind gusts of 66.3 miles per hour as well. And as I said, we have had some sustained winds around the bands here of 49 miles per hour, 50 miles per hour. We've even seen almost 60 miles per hour in some spots. And there is a lot of activity here across the board with a lot of damage. A lot of damage here in some of these areas. There's even been a report here in South Kingston, Rhode Island, where a tree fell down through the roof of a home near Overhill Road, which is south of West Kingston, near Wakefield. So a lot of activity from this as this continues to keep going. The Narragansett camera in Rhode Island. Yeah, let's take a look at that, see if we can find what chat is talking about here. So there's Narragansett, Rhode Island, and look at that. Look at this. Water's starting to go over the wall here, folks. Water's starting to go over the wall, so storm surge is starting to impact the coast here of Rhode Island. Look at the surf here. Look at the immense surf here real quickly. There's the camera. Look at that. Look at that. And then you'll be able to see the water going over the wall here real quickly. You can even already see the water right here and the debris that's actually spewed on land here on some of the roadways. That is wow. That is some very rough surf. You can see a lot of foam that's being generated from these winds and from this surf, and it's really creating a lot of activity. Yep, there's your water that's starting to spew over. Look at that. Whoo! Massive storm surge that's surging into this. Massive storm surge. We really have to watch out for this. Montauk camera is getting hit hard by the surge right now. So let's actually, real quickly, let's move this to another camera right here. We'll full screen that. And then we'll go to the 4 screen here on YouTube as well. We'll change the top right-hand camera to this one. This camera is probably going to be the best one to do it on. So we'll look at New Shoreham, Rhode Island. No, that's not it. My apologies. Not that one, not that one. I gotta find it here. For whatever reason, I'm having a difficulty. There it is. There's the camera. So this is... Remind me again as to where this is at. This is in Narragansett Beach, Rhode Island. So let me just copy that. And then we'll go back to full screen here. Another thing here too, as I said, top right-hand quarters, Block Island, Rhode Island, that's where the system is currently impacting and potentially making landfall. Bottom right-hand side is Montauk, New York. Look at the water overtaking much of that pier there too. And then this is in Rhode Island. There we go. So we got that fixed. Of course, the camera has to buffer a little bit. Of course it does. We'll refresh the page here. Media could not be loaded either because the server network failed or because the format is not supported. So that's nice. Of course, whenever we change it over there, it starts to kind of crap out on us. So that's kind of fun. So let's go back over here to Block Island here and just take a look at the conditions from this. And you can still see that it is pretty strong. Most of the flow coming off from Henri. Got some very strong damaging winds that are continuously surging on through here. So we got a lot of activity still here expected from the system. With 33 mile per hour sustained winds right now reported at that station, and then 60 mile per hour wind gusts reported as well. And that's unfortunate that we can't see that camera anymore. There we go. Here's another camera. Let's go back to the screen here. And you can see the surf here from Narragansett. Look at that. Look at that surf there. That is very intense. Very intense storm surge. So we got all sorts of activity here for you all. So guys, we have to continue to share this information with as many people as possible. Because there's a lot of information that's being distributed at the moment. Based off of from the National Weather Service, National Hurricane Center, all sorts of areas. Whether there's flash flood warnings, storm surge warnings, we got all sorts of information to provide for you all. So you guys, I would highly advise sharing this live stream with friends and family and on social media like Facebook and Twitter so we can continue to try and get the word out as much as possible. Because it's all about spreading the information here. It's all about getting the information out to as many people as possible as well. And by liking the live stream, you guys are doing the exact same thing as well. Because if you like the live stream, you hit that thumbs up button. It actually allows YouTube to share this video with more and more people on their recommended feeds. So it's all about trying to get as much information as possible here. Getting a good heavy band of rain, yeah, that's most likely going to be the case for quite some time. How will North Jersey be impacted? Most likely by rain. There will be a lot of flooding over there in localized areas. Probably not going to be a huge damaging wind risk for you all. I think the winds are going to be relatively tame over there. But I definitely think flooding will be the biggest risk for you guys over in that general vicinity. So let's go ahead and quickly take a look here. Not at that, but let's go ahead and take a look at the radar imagery from Radar Omega right here. And we can see a bunch of things. All the blue polygons are indicated as tropical storm warnings. All of the pink polygons are indicated as storm surge warnings. And then the bright pink polygon over here on the southern portions of Long Island, near Long Beach and Cherry Grove, near Islip, that's a storm surge watch. And so we can see the general vicinity here, the general expansion of this system. Look at how wide look at how tall it expands. Look at how wide it expands. This is an outer band right here that extends very far outland and inland. And you're going to get a lot of surge here for the most part from this main band right here. And then, of course, look at the amounts of rain here over Long Island. I'm actually going to change the radar over here to Long Island just to show you all. Look at how expansive this rain is. It even goes into northern portions of New Jersey as well. And so Very widespread flooding is expected within some of these areas. And then look at the main area, the center of low pressure system from Henri here. I'll go back to Boston for that. You can see how much rain is actually here within the center area of low pressure as well. And the cool thing about this is we can actually take a 3D of this and show you what it looks like on 3D. Look at this. Look at how it continued to progress further northward. You can clearly see the counterclockwise spin with this system as it continues to move on through. And we can clearly see that from the Narragansett the Narragansett live camera over there, that there is a lot of storm surge over there. A lot of storm surge ongoing from this onshore flow from these damaging winds. A lot of activity being pushed up onto the coast here, even into Nantucket and Martha's Vineyard. The cool thing here too is that we also have satellite imagery that does something very similar as well. So here we have our strong thunderstorm activity here. A lot of these reds, oranges, and even blacks in some parts indicate some very strong thunderstorm activity. Of course, the greens, yellows, and oranges still indicate thunderstorm activity, just a little bit weaker. But we can even see that on 3D as well. Look at this. Look at this from the 3D imagery right here. I'll play the loop here for the most part. And you can even see, oh, that's unfortunate. There we go. Look at this. Look at this activity. It also shows you how much I don't know about how to pronounce New England names. I apologize if I offended anyone who live anywhere near Narragansett. Jeez! Tongue Twister City. My goodness. Narragansett. Jeez. I'll figure out how to say it eventually. But yeah, look at this. Look at this thunderstorm activity is indicated here from satellite. And recently some intense thunderstorm activity that has been right near the center area of low pressure. So maybe a quick spin up or intensification right along that band is possible. Excuse me. Excuse me. We are 10 likes away from 500 likes. Thank you guys so much, everyone. I really do appreciate it. I really do appreciate all the support. And then we're at 13,276 subscribers. Thank you guys so much for subscribing. I really do appreciate that, because I do live streams like this whenever there is hurricane or tropical storm landfalls, as well as severe weather live analysis as well whenever there is bad severe weather. And then, of course, every single morning, I do upload videos to update everyone as to what the current conditions most likely are going to be. So if you guys think that that type of content is good for you, beneficial to you, feel free to subscribe. And if you've been enjoying the content that I've been providing as well, please be sure to like the live stream as well. I really would appreciate it if you guys did that. Let's go take a look and see what the hurricane hunters are up to, shall we? Narragansett. Sheesh. It's gonna be a tongue twister until the end of time for me, I guess. So let's show you what the hurricane hunters are doing. Shall we? And here's the hurricane hunters right now. So they're currently flying into the system. You can see right where they actually are. They're a little bit south of Long Island, eventually heading off towards Block Island and Gardiner's Island, as well as basically the eastern portions of the Long Island Sound. So a lot of activity over there. Tropical cyclone update for Henri. So they have made the latest statement here. So let's take a look at what the latest information for Tropical Cyclone Henri is. Tropical storm conditions continuing to spread inland across portions of southern New England and eastern Long Island. Still a 65 mile per hour tropical storm with 987 millibars as its low pressure system, and is still expected to create, as I said, a lot of flooding across much of the area. So that's the big thing there. How much of this storm will affect people further upstate in New York depends upon where in upstate New York you actually are resided. So if we go over here to the U.S. rainfall potential, obviously it's going to be heavier in some amounts in some areas. So this is just a general look as to which areas could potentially be getting some excessive amounts of rainfall. But areas here from Albany and further south are expected to get 2 to 6 inches of rain, with even 6 to 10 inches of rain in localized amounts. And this could lead to some significant flash flooding here, especially within areas that are close to valleys, creeks, streams, and even rivers, specifically the Hudson River Valley, as most of the water will eventually flow into that and potentially cause flooding for New York City as well. So that's going to be pretty interesting to watch out for, and we're really going to need to take that with the utmost respect. Take that information with the utmost respect. So a lot of activity here that's continuing to surge with this system. Let's actually go over here real quickly. And we can go to Snap Maps on Snapchat. See if there's anything over here that we can find. 'Cause I am kind of curious. So there's activity here near Newport. And look at that. You guys can go ahead and hear what's happening. This is near Jamestown. And look at all the onshore flow from all that storm surge there, too. A lot of activity there. Luckily, he's on higher ground. Look at all the wind and flooding from this as well, too. Already localized flooding in these areas. And the ground's going to be really saturated to push off most of these trees and power lines to create some widespread damage, most likely. Almost over the stone pier. So yeah, water is almost over the stone pier, apparently. That is definitely not good. Take a look over here near Kingston. Yeah, look at all that storm surge right there here. As I said, Narragansett said. But look at that flow. Look at that. Look at this kid. He's having a whale of a time.
Blowing sideways.
Luckily, they're at higher ground. Luckily, they're at pretty high ground. So the storm surge probably won't actually get up to them, but I mean, sheesh. This onshore flow is really a lot. Someone's dinner over there too, or breakfast or lunch. But sheesh. How am I using Snapchat on PC? You can use Snapchat for maps, for Snapchats on Snap Maps on for PC. It's pronounced gone like can. So it would be something along the lines of Narragansett. Something like that, right? or Narragansett. So kind of something like that. Conset or Canset. So probably Narragansett. So Narragansett. I guess something like that. That makes sense. That makes a lot more sense. So Narragansett. Took me a little bit, if that's correct. I hope. I hope it's right. Honestly, I have no clue how to pronounce New England names. It's a struggle, man. It's a struggle. Yeah, I expect Jim Cantori to be over there. That's most likely where the most significant winds are. Here's some of the reports from the weather stations over there on Block Island. 63 mile per hour wind gusts. All right, at this point, give me a second here. Because there's a bunch of people telling me all sorts of different things. This is what it sounds like.
Narragansett.
Narragansett. There we go. You heard it here first, folks. Narragansett. Of course, the people who live over there know it's Narragansett. Once again, I apologize. Narragansett is getting impacted by a pretty significant tropical system. That's not what I wanted to do. I did not mean to click that. No, 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 no. I do not want WSV3. Please stop. There we go. All right, turn that back off. Sheesh. All right, so let's take a look at the current activity now. Wind gusts are now reported over on Block Island to be in upwards of 67 miles per hour. Just updated to 65 miles per hour. So a lot of activity here too. Look at Montauk down at the bottom right hand corner too. You can see the storm surge surging with that as well. Is the Narragansett oh crap, look at that storm surge that just went out. Is the other beach camp for Narragansett is it back up to date now or is it broken still? Oh no, it's fixed. Here we go. So we got it fixed now. So we can now see the surf as it approaches on two different areas. Two different areas here. So a lot of water that's starting to overtake some of these areas. It's going to be 50 when it hits land. It's probably going to be probably 60, I'd say. 60 to 65 as sustained winds. But already sustained winds there on Block Island of 37.3 miles per hour. It's expected to increase too. Expected to increase. But yeah, amazing look at some of the cameras that we have here. Oh, excuse me. If you haven't already, please be sure to like the live stream. Like the live stream actually gets this information out to more and more people on YouTube, because YouTube actually promotes this video to more and more people on YouTube. So that would be greatly appreciated. You're essentially just sharing information that I'm sharing. So that would be greatly appreciated if you guys did that. And then, of course, if you guys share this live stream with friends and family and on social media, like Facebook and Twitter, that would also be greatly appreciated as well. Let's actually quickly, I do want to take a look and see if there are any power outages or any more power outages here. So now power outages in Rhode Island have now started to peak up a little bit. In Bristol County, Rhode Island, there are now 3,400 customers without power. So that's an absorbent amount of people there. And then 3,680 people in Washington County that are without power, bringing it to a total of 7,800 people in Rhode Island without power. So definitely a lot of impacts over there. And then in Connecticut, the outages are a lot less. On a widespread scale, a total of 3,000 people in Connecticut are without power. And then in New York, specifically in Suffolk County, about 1,000 people are without power. And anywhere along the New York City Metro and Long Island, about 1,500 people are without power. So a lot of activity over there from this system. Another thing here too to note as well is that areas in New Jersey where there has been a significant amounts of flooding, specifically around Mercer and Middlesex counties, there's actually been an upwards of about 5,000 people without power in some of those areas as well. So definitely something to watch out for too, especially since, you know, flash flooding has been as significant as it has been over there. We are 10 subscribers away from 13,300 subscribers. If you do enjoy the content that I do provide, I do live stream a lot whenever there is landfalls of tropical systems. So high-end tropical storms to even hurricanes. I do live stream for severe weather events across the United States. So if there's any severe weather outbreaks or tornado outbreaks even, I'll be able to live stream those. And then I do upload videos every single morning updating everyone as to what the conditions are going to be and what the forecast is going to be for areas that are going to be impacted heavily. So if you guys think that type of content is stuff that's right up your alley, feel free to subscribe. And if you want to stay up to date with all my content, then please be sure to ring the bell, to hit the bell, I should say, for more notifications. Let us see here. I want to, Well, first things first, there has been some areas in Newport that are now flooded. That's Marchant Street and Wellington Avenue in Newport that is now flooded. So that's something of concern there as well. There's a lot of damaging wind gust reports that are now starting to really congeal within this general vicinity. And as I said, damaging winds could be in excess of 65 miles per hour in some areas. So a lot of activity is really starting to pick up. Did it hit Long Island yet, or did you sleep through it and just get the rain from the side? Most likely got the rain from the side, although storm surge is now most likely going to be an issue on the northern side of Long Island and the Long Island Sound. So yeah, I'd say you probably slept through it a bit. Got some damaging winds, maybe some wind gusts, and then it eventually kind of went on through. What impacts will Bristol County, Massachusetts get? So Bristol County, Massachusetts, which is right next to Bristol County, Rhode Island, probably will get the same impacts as Bristol County, except with a lot less rain. This is definitely gonna get a lot of damaging wind potential, and potentially a lot of flooding as well. But because Bristol County is a lot further inland, they're probably just gonna get a lot of just regular damaging wind gusts and a lot of localized rain. The rain threat and the flooding threat will probably be your biggest for this system. Did the hurricane hit as a Category 1? No, it did indeed weaken prior to landfall, as we did anticipate. So that is the good news there. That is the real good news there. We're one subscriber away from 13,300. Thank you guys so much for helping me out. Really do appreciate all the support that you guys have been giving me. I really do. It means a lot to me. Let's go back to... Actually, no, we are seeing the live cam there for Montauk, New York, actually. I mean, look at the surge of that in the bottom right-hand side. Look at the surge of that. That is pretty significant, if I do say so myself. Let's go to the full screen here. If we can actually reload this page. There we go. Actually, give me 2 seconds. Yeah, let's go to a full screen of Narragansett in Rhode Island, right here. And of course, there's some people walking around along the edge here, which is obviously not advised. But you'll see here in a few minutes, some of the waves here from the storm surge actually pile on over the wall and onto the pathway and the roadway. And so there is a lot of strong damaging winds and storm surge that are really surging off into this. And look at that. You already saw a portion of the wave and some of the rain actually push on through. So we have a lot of impacts from this. Not an exceptional storm surge, but definitely some very strong waves that are pushing off onto the coastline here. Status from Selden, New York, Long Island. If anyone's interested, winds are pretty calm, around 15 miles per hour with light rain. Still have power. You wouldn't think this was a hurricane unless if you went online. Yeah, and it's more or less impacting other areas, more or less. Rhode Island isn't exactly... well, Rhode Island is kind of the area that's most likely going to get impacted the most by the storm, rather than Long Island. I know there's a lot of tracks that were taking us to Long Island, but as of right now, that is not the case. You can see, actually, let's go to the satellite imagery here for the hurricane hunters. And you can see that right about here near Block Island is the center area of low pressure, pretty far off to the east of Long Island. So you just have a lot of rain and potentially some occasional damaging wind gusts that move on through there. So the good news here is that this thing has moved a little bit further off to the east than anticipated, which is obviously the really good news in this instance. But we'll definitely have to watch out for this as this continues to progress, because there has been some shower and thunderstorm activity that's really started to kind of amplify here within the last half an hour, I'd say. And let's actually take a look at Radar Omega and take a look at that. We'll go over here to the satellite imagery. Show you all the thunderstorm characteristics, and you guys can see a lot of this red here, and then you see a little bit of this blackness right over westerly Rhode Island, right along the border of Rhode Island and Connecticut. And that indicates some very strong thunderstorm activity right within here. A lot of thunderstorm activity that's creating some very strong damaging wind gusts and that storm surge that we were looking at earlier. But if we take a look at the 3D imagery of this, it gives us a better perspective as to how tall these thunderstorms actually are. Look at this. A lot of strong thunderstorm activity right near the center of Henri. And then, of course, the outer bands that extend even further outwards of this. So it's not just the center area of Henri. You also have the other showers and thunderstorms that are near the system as this continues to move on through. So definitely something to watch out for. And then, of course, even behind this too, we even have some showers and thunderstorms that are behind Henri, right over here. That's going to kind of supply more and more showers and thunderstorms, more and more rainfall that's going to be over this area. So expect the rainfall to continue all the way through tonight into tomorrow, as well as potentially even tomorrow afternoon before the thing really starts to subside a bit. But definitely a lot of activity here indicated on satellite imagery. So let's take a look again at that. Let's take a look again at that live camera. We'll refresh it again. And the camera is not exactly up at the moment. So let's take a look at the other Narragansett camera here, which will take its time to load every now and then. Unless if it just went out. If it just went... The camera just went out. The winds just killed it. So that's fun. That is fun. Alrighty. Well, let's go on to Twitter here. And as I said, if you guys do have any information, feel free to share it with me at Nate_Snyder here on Twitter. I'll put the link to my Twitter in the chat if you guys do want it. And let's just go ahead and take a look through here. With Henri. As I said, we've seen a couple of the surf. Oh, look at this from Jim Cantori. Look at this from Jim Cantori. I'm pretty sure everyone knows who Jim Cantori is, but look at the surf. He's even stationed at Narragansett as well. Lot of surf that is really surging into the coastline. Look at that. It's not going over the, not exactly going over the storm surge wall, so that's good. But still, I mean, very powerful surf that's being pushed on there. Yeah, I mean, I would expect people. I'd expect the police to do that. I mean, this is a serious situation that could potentially be life-threatening. So people should not gawk at this storm, even though people are clearly doing so. But Your New Bedford, Mass, and the surf is already splashing to the streets of each beach. And yeah, that is the thing too. It's expected to continue to amplify for places along the eastern coast of Massachusetts. Not exactly, the Cape Cod area, more or less areas near and around Boston, both north and south. That is expected to amplify a bit more and more as this continues to move on through. So, a lot of activity from this system already. Look at this right here. So this is a picture that was sent in from this person who sent it over to Jim Cantori. And look at this tree down. This is in New Bedford, Massachusetts already. And we already have the ground super saturated to the point where large trees like this could be toppled. And notice how it's the root that it was picked up from. It wasn't, branches fell down. It wasn't that the tree got split in half. It was the actual root of the system right here. The root of the tree that got toppled. So very significant damaging winds on top of the saturation is going to take down trees like this. And as I mentioned, could potentially knock out power in some areas, taking out power lines in the process. President of the United States has approved our request for a pre-landfall emergency declaration for New York in advance of Henri. This declaration will make federal resources available quickly and facilitate our storm response efforts. So FEMA and all sorts of other areas are going to be able to get into the storm and get into the impacted areas as quickly as possible. So that's the good news here. That's the good news, that most likely we'll see some relief efforts here soon. Look at this here too as well. This is a picture from Aaron Rigsby. Look at how high the wave actually got here. That's the wave right there. It hit the surf here. It hit the wall, and then it shot up like a cannon. That thing definitely got pretty widespread. Pretty significant within the short period of time that it was there. What impacts will Western Massachusetts get? Because that's where we drive through when we visit family in Massachusetts. So Western Massachusetts most likely will be seeing a localized flooding risk, potentially some flash flooding. And we can actually see that here indicated from the Weather Prediction Center. A 20% chance for flash flooding could be ongoing here, and continuously ongoing for the next day or two as this continues to move on through. So some pretty significant flash flooding is possible within some of these areas, and rainfall rates could be in upwards of 4 to 10 inches of rain in localized areas. And of course, areas with rain, if it does get channeled into smaller areas like creeks, streams, rivers, and valleys, that could create a exponential amount of flash flooding that could be very concerning for most of these areas. So all the more reason for people to seek higher ground. And if you do see some flooded roadways, turn around and don't drown. Don't drive into flooded roadways, because it will most certainly impact your area. And flooded roadways could appear a lot shallower than they actually appear to be. Jonathan Moore, hello. Welcome to the live stream. How are you? Can't even hear Jim Cantori. It's so windy. That makes sense. I mean, as I said, it's really windy over there. Oh, look at this. So here's a from E Weather in Point Judith, a 62 mile per hour wind speed right there. That is pretty fast as a wind gust. So for Long Island, this is going to be the opposite of what the news said all week. They said high wind, low rain. Yeah, for the most part, I'd say so. Of course, we kind of anticipated this with some of my videos. As I said, I do upload videos every single morning, so you know, we consistently give out more and more information, and we kind of expected that this would be either on the eastern side of Long Island or would be further off completely east of Long Island and hit areas like Rhode Island or Massachusetts or Connecticut even. So let's take a look at the live cameras. We're gonna refresh Montauk's live camera here just to show you. As I said, look at this, the surge over there. And then of course I'm gonna try and refresh this, see if I can get the camera from Narragansett again. And here we go. So now we got the cameras from Narragansett, Block Island, Rhode Island, as well as Montauk, New York. Also gonna refresh this. Media could not be loaded. Don't tell me that the camera died on me. If the camera died on me, that's unfortunate. I mean, they are experiencing 60 mile per hour wind gusts over there, so that's anticipated, more or less. But look at the bottom right-hand part of your screen. Montauk, New York is getting absolutely hammered with storm surge. And this pier is getting enveloped by all sorts of strong wave and surge. So yeah, it does look like that camera did end up going out in New Shoreham. Or New Shoreham. Which is kind of anticipated at this point, honestly. So people need to continue to monitor the system very closely. Well, let's actually take a look at the models. Oh wait, before we do that, look at this. Big tree down right here. Many trees coming down in Newport, Rhode Island. Multiple homes sustaining damage with sustained tropical storm winds. Look at this massive tree. Look at this massive tree right here. Massive tree from this system. So it's pretty expansive, I'll say to say the least. I'm trying to see if there's anything else here. I don't see a whole lot more. Yeah, a lot of people expected this to go over. A lot of people expected this to go over Long Island, but it didn't. The storm changed path. It's curling off to the west still. So that's the one thing with that. Gusts to 66 miles per hour in Point Judith. Look at that. Wow. Wind gust report of 66 miles per hour in Point Judith. So there you go. Very strong winds that are surging in with this system. Let's take a look at the models here. Let's take a look at the models and show you all the expected reflectivity of this system. So you can see here, as this continues to approach, well, actually it's already on its approach to New England, you can see the rain becomes really expansive. You can see that there is kind of no real end to where the rain actually stops, except for maybe along the Hudson River Valley here, right around 2 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. But then as this continues to move off further to the north, that rain then expands even further westward and envelops much of the areas here along Connecticut and Massachusetts. And that's the reason why there's such a high flooding risk for some of these areas, is because the rain will expand as far as it does. And the rain will most likely create flooding. So quite expansive for the most part here too. Wrong screen? Yeah, well, that makes sense. Well, then that probably means that you guys can't see the tree. So let's take a look at that tree again. Let's take a look at that tree again. Massive tree, as I mentioned. As I said, that's going to be the expected risk for the most part. Most likely will be continuous as to how the trees will continue to fall over because of how saturated the ground actually is. And then here's the sustained wind of 66 miles per hour. I mean, look at that. Pretty gnarly conditions. So here's, as I said, the radar analysis right here. And as I mentioned before, most of this activity right here is expected to be on the western side of Henri, and that's going to create a pretty widespread flooding risk for most of these areas. So you can see how expansive it actually becomes right around 5 p.m. to where much of the rain actually is over this wide general area here of western New England. And this will continue to propagate further and further and kind of stall out more as this continues to move on through into the overnight hours here tonight. But then once it gets to tomorrow morning, shower and thunderstorm activity is expected to deplete more and more. Unless if you're further off into places like Quebec, then Quebec could definitely get impacted with some rain. But a lot of activity here is expected within the next 24 hours, and potentially a lot of flooding as well on top of that. And yes, as someone in my chat did mention, there is a lot of dry air seeping into the storm. We'll actually talk about that here with the hurricane panel. Is that the best way to do it? Let's go over to tropical tidbits and do that. We'll go over to Henri, and then we'll go over to the relative humidity. So what we're talking about with dry air is, with tropical systems, they do not want any sort of dry air within the system. And so right here is dry air, and that's kind of prohibiting a lot of showers and thunderstorms to really surge on into Nantucket and Cape Cod. You do have some showers and thunderstorms that are off in this general vicinity here, but for the most part, there's a lot of dry air that's seeping into the system behind it, so a lot of activity is possible here as well. But then you see a lot of rainfall here across the board on the northern and western sides of the system, and that's going to create your massive flooding risk, especially for areas near Long Island. Is Staten Island not going to get anything? As I did mention, it most likely will be the flooding risk that will be within your general area. Now let's go back to the radar here of Upton, New York. And you can see there's quite an expansive area of rain here with a plethora of flash flood warnings as well within some of these areas. So expected flooding is expected within some of these areas, and there will be continuous rainfall as this continues to move on through. And I'll play this loop here for you all just to show you as to how stationary most of this rain actually has been. I know this is a little bit off the coast, but look at it. It stayed there consistently. It has stayed there consistently, and a lot of this rainfall has actually stayed here consistently, and we can expect that as this continues to move northward further and further inland, we can expect more of this rain to basically be very much so stationary here. So a lot of activity here that is anticipated with this. We're already getting from the buoys here. We have a couple winds of 49 miles per hour as sustained winds, with gusts and upwards of 58 miles per hour, just to the south of Westport, just to the south of South Westport for the most part. So there is definitely a lot of, still a lot of strong damaging winds surging on through with the system. And the main portion right now, the main area to watch is areas near West Kingston, Wayfield, this general vicinity right here, to where landfall is expected here within the next hour. So I guess this right here now is what people on NFL Red Zone like to call the witching hour, where this system will officially become the most intense that it already has been, the most intense that it most likely will be, and then it will begin to drop off significantly in intensity as it continues to propagate forward. So stay tuned here on the channel. As I said, we will be breaking this down, showing you all what is happening live within here. Let's actually take a look at the Narragansett live camera here again. Unfortunately, that camera is not working. So let's take a look at the other one. And hopefully this one's going to work. Goshen, New York. So Goshen, New York is just a little north of New York City. So I can expect you guys to potentially have some localized flash flooding possible within some of those areas as well. So I would watch out for that as much as possible. Unfortunately, the Narragansett cams are actually kind of down at the moment. We'll try and get those back up as quickly as possible. I want to take a look and see. Let's take a look at the Newport, Rhode Island camera here. Easton Beach snack bar cam. Camera's missing in action. Well, that makes sense. The Newport Harbor Hotel and Marina. Yeah, that's not helpful. I want a live camera, please. Not found. Well, that's very nice. Newport Marina at Lee's Wharf. Hopefully this will be able to show us something. Please? And we do actually have something. It's just a picture of boats, but for the most part, we can actually see the conditions here as it continues to get closer and closer and how these boats get throbbed about. Not a whole lot of storm surge here, though. The waves aren't exactly super significant, mainly because this is a bit more of a wharf more than anything, a pier more than anything. And so a lot of the winds and waves are kind of like channeled more or less into a specific area. But interesting view right there. Trying to see if I can get all sorts of stuff here for you all. Not exactly the best cameras that are right now available to us. There's Block Island again. Um, let's see if we can take a look at more Narragansett cameras here. Doesn't look like we'll be able to get these cameras back up, so that's unfortunate. What about Wind Wharf? Wind's Wharf. Yeah, so that's not going to be back up, unfortunately. Can I replay the radar over Staten Island? Yes, I can. Just give me a second. Let's go over to Point Judith here. Hopefully this camera works. This is not a live camera. This is not a live camera. This is not a live camera, I'm afraid. Unless if I'm missing something. Am I missing something? Yeah, I do not see a live camera over there. I am looking at chat. Yeah, that camera won't work. Yeah, we talked about the 66 mile per hour wind gust over there in Block Island. We talked about that a little bit earlier. Doesn't the Coast Guard house have a webcam? I don't exactly know. Let's go over here to webcams over here. And actually let's move this over here. And we're gonna take a look a little bit at the Montauk camera here. And hopefully this actually hopefully this works. And here we go. And you can notice most of this is completely underwater too. So a lot of activity there. And then of course I'm going to let's see. So we're gonna want to do that. Then we're gonna want to go back to the radar. And someone asked if we could replay the radar over Staten Island. And here we go. There's the radar over Staten Island at the moment. Security guard 92 with the £2 super chat. Thank you, my friend. I really do appreciate it. Says 16,000 customers in Rhode Island are without power. Are you serious? Hold up, we gotta check that out here. Let's refresh the page. Oh yeah, 17,000 people. Almost 17,000 people are without power. Look at this over here in Washington County. Washington County has 6,700 people without power. And then in Bristol County, of course, there's still 3,000, almost 3,500 people without power. And then, of course, in Providence County, there's 1,845 people without power. But that is an absorbent amount of people. Approximately 10% of the entire population of Rhode Island is without power. So sheesh, that is crazy. Sunset with the $5 super chat. Thank you, my friend. I really do appreciate it. Says thank you for Goshen, New York update. I really do. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. I really do appreciate yourself. Thank you so much. Thank you. I really do appreciate it. Check Twitter. Yeah, I'll definitely check Twitter here. Look at this. Water coming over the wall in Watch Hill near Yacht Club and stores. Look at this. Look at this storm surge here in Rhode Island. Look at that. So already localized flooding ongoing. And the surf is pretty high. Look, the water even appears a lot higher than it actually is. So some potentially significant storm surge ongoing here in Rhode Island. We really need to watch out for that. So we need to share this, as I said, share this information with as many people as possible. You know, share this live stream with friends and family and on social media. Like Facebook and Twitter. And even by liking the live stream, you're actually helping me get this information out to more and more people on YouTube. Because YouTube actually recommends my live stream to more people. So that would be greatly appreciated if you guys would help me in that sense. Because this system is pretty, I mean, wow. I mean, look at that. That is pretty significant right there. Let's see. I do want to go take a look at the hurricane hunters right now and what they're doing. And it seems as if they found the center area of low pressure for the system. So it was right around near Block Island, as we kind of anticipated there. And actually, let's go full screen here. It'd be a better way to show you all as to what's happening. So they went to the center of Henri. They put a drop zone in there, and the lowest pressure now is about 989 millibars. So, definitely tropical storm strength. That's verified from the analysis here. And then I do want to take a look at some of the recon data here from the sustained winds. So, they did find at the surface here in some spots 50 knot winds, which is a wind speed, which can be translated to 60 miles per hour in some areas. So definitely a lot of strong damaging winds within those that general vicinity. And they even found a little bit stronger winds at the at flight level. So sheesh. REMA just banned any high-profile vehicles. Oh boy. So there you go. Were there any fatalities? We can't confirm that quite yet. Still a little too early to say for certain. Was there a tornado? I have not seen a tornado with this system yet. Not quite yet. I was told most of Maine will cut power around this afternoon. Why is that? Rhode Island State Police having trouble getting surfers off the beach? And that makes sense. You know, I mean, you know, why wouldn't the surfers not want to go out into that type of surf over there? I mean, it looks pretty appetizing. I'll go over here and I'll see if I can find the Narragansett surf cam again. It doesn't look like I'm able to do so because both these cameras seem to be out. Seems as if most power seems to be out within this general vicinity. So that would explain a lot. That would indeed explain a lot. Yeah, wicked big storm. Let's go over to Father of Kitty, see if they found anything else. That doesn't look like it. What about the other guy here, E-Weather? E-Weather. What about weather in Rhode Island? What about him? Let's see. Oh, look at that. Oh, wow. So he actually found hurricane force winds. He actually found hurricane force winds right there in Point Judith and Narragansett, Rhode Island. Look at that. Look at that. Wow. That is... Sheesh. That is, that's really strong. And if it continues that way, then, yeah, we could be talking about potentially more impacts. I want to go over to, I want to see if I can find another station here. I want to see if I can find another station somewhere near Narragansett. So there's Point Judith. Of course, the winds are a little bit less. Let's do that. Let's take a look at the weather station from here. Looks like sustained winds have been in upwards of 14 miles per hour with gusts up to 19 according to the station. So it looks like the main part of the damaging winds have kind of passed on through for the most part. But as I said, storm surge is going to be a huge issue here. Storm surge is going to be a huge issue. Let's go back to the power outage map, see if anything has changed. Look at that. Almost 20,000 people in Rhode Island are now without power. Look at that. Washington County now has 9,260 people without power. And Newport County has 4,800 people without power. It's just going to keep going up and up and up, guys. It's just going to keep going up and up and up. So we got to try and spread this information as much as possible to as many people as possible. That way they know where to get their information from. But big storm surge here from this event, and big widespread power outages from this event as well. So some pretty huge potential. The strongest of Tropical Storm Henri just missed me out at Montauk Point. So Brian Empfinger got some of the activity there as well. If you guys, by the way, do have anything that you want me to see, as long as you're safe, if you want to show a video, or if you're looking on Twitter and you're finding stuff, feel free to send it to me. At me, at Nate_Snyder, send it to me in messages, whatever you can. That way I may be able to show the information to as many people as possible here. Because we do have 330 people watching the live stream right now. But yeah, there's the 75.8 mile per hour wind reading right there from this person who is right on Narragansett, Rhode Island. Of course, as I said, storm surge is going to continue to increase. We'll take a look at that video again here, right along Rhode Island. And this will continue to increase more and more and more, with localized flooding most likely being the case. Let's go on to Radar Omega here. And let's go to radar. Let's go to radar. And let's check the system out now. So here's the radar analysis of the system. And you can see, oh, the latest advisory for Henri came out. Oh, we'll talk about that there in a second. You can see here, based off of the radar analysis, a lot of widespread rain here along portions of eastern Connecticut and Rhode Island. And a lot of strong damaging winds are really going to surge in here on the backside of the system. Even though there's not a whole lot of rain here, there's going to be a lot of rain to surge, or a lot of wind that's going to continue to surge a lot of these waves into the coastlines here. And that's mainly because of the natural counterclockwise motion of this tropical system as it continues to move on through. So a lot of activity here as this continues to propagate further northward. And then if we take a look at the 3D analysis here, I mean, as I mentioned, I love using the 3D analysis. It's absolutely one of my favorite things to look at on here. Have the strongest winds passed yet? So the thing is that it is on a weakening trend. It was a hurricane by the beginning of this live stream, and now it's progressed to a tropical storm. But is the system going to stall? That is a very good question. Unlike what was expected before, it's not expected to stall anymore. It's expected to actually continue to gradually move off to the north, but it is expected to be very slow in that process. And so within the next 24 hours, the system will continue to stay over New England. However, the good news is that thunderstorm activity is expected to deplete a bit. So the rainfall rate will begin to lessen and lessen more and more as time goes along, which is the good news. When will it be most intense for Staten Island? I hear there is flooding in Manhattan and Brooklyn and stuff, but we're not getting anything. So with Staten Island here, they're kind of just getting the residual showers and thunderstorms that are just sitting right over it. And I mean, you can see all sorts of rain that's basically sitting right over areas near Manhattan and, you know, just the general areas around it, even the suburbs around it. And so you guys can expect some flash flooding within some of these areas, potential significant flooding as well, similar to what we found in New Jersey here soon, although those flash flood warnings are going to begin to expire here relatively soon. So that's the good news in that sense of the word. But we'll have to see as this continues to propagate further northward as to whether or not those showers and thunderstorms could continue to stay within that general vicinity. It is expected that that will most likely be the case and even have more showers and thunderstorms within your area. So flash flooding will still be a major concern within some of those areas. How bad was the landfall? I mean, it's still making landfall right now, but we've had some damaging wind gusts in upwards of 75 miles per hour within areas along the coastline here. And so it's just all about waiting for how this continues to progress. And a new flash flood warning now has been issued for New London County here in Connecticut. Between 1 to 3 inches of rain has already fallen, and an additional 1 to 2 inches of rain are possible within the Warren area. So if you guys do live within these areas and you find a flooded roadway, please turn around, don't drown, don't drive into flooded roadways, because those roadways can appear a lot shallower than they actually are. And so that's basically the way as to how people get trapped with all sorts of, you know, flooded capabilities over there too. So please heed the warning as this continues to move on through. So yeah, we are approaching landfall here. as this gets closer and closer to the coast. Let's take a look at Boston's radar now. And the cool thing about this at this point is that now we can actually take a full defined 3D of the system from GR2 Analyst. So you thought the 3D on Radar Omega was cool. Here we go on GR2 Analyst. I feel like you missed the tornado in Mississippi yesterday, and I feel like you missed the 11 deaths and 40 missing people and flooding in Waverly, Tennessee yesterday. I was live streaming last night, and I briefly touched up upon it. So if you were there for my live stream last night, then you'd know that I actually did touch up on it. I did talk about it. Of course, this is a bit more of a larger impact, so we're going to want to talk about this a lot more than flooding over in Tennessee and a tornado in Mississippi. But yeah, here's the 3D analysis here of the system. And a couple cool things to point out here is that, look at this. You have a very strong thunderstorm here that's really starting to blow up here within this western band of convection. And that's the reason why there is a lot of rain right within here. A lot of rain that's really starting to build up. And so it's almost kind of forming a supercellular characteristic. I need a break. Jeez. Point being is you got a very strong thunderstorm over here that's starting to pick up. Jeez. I can say it so many times. That's not today. Supercellular, there you go, characteristics within the system. And it's very, very powerful for the most part. If we take a look at the isosurface, actually, and point out the specific heavier amounts of rain, this is moderate rainfall here for the most part. Look at how expansive this actually is and how high in the atmosphere it actually goes. So this is a very, very widespread as this continues to move on through. Very widespread, to say the least. Justin Davis with the $2 super chat says, any flash flood emergencies yet? Thank you for the work. So not here associated with Henri. There was a bunch of flash flood warnings earlier, and even a flash flood warning now in Connecticut. But there was a flash flood emergency over in Tennessee for the significant rainfall that they've been getting. So a lot of activity with that over there. We are 9 likes away from 600 likes, guys. Thank you guys so much for help supporting the channel as much as you guys have. I really do appreciate that. I really do. And then we have 13,315 subscribers. Thank you guys so much who have subscribed today. As I said, I really do appreciate it. I upload videos every single morning, so I'll be able to cover any sort of weather that I feel is going to be significant for you all, which means I will be uploading a video tomorrow morning, updating you all as to what the next potential weather risk is going to be for the United States. And then if you become a channel member, which is only $5 a month, you also get an extra video in the evening that will be about 5 to 10 minutes long, just briefly updating everyone on the situations that are ongoing. And then I also do live streams for landfalls of tropical systems like this. So potential hurricanes that could make landfall, tropical storms that could make landfall. Of course, severe weather outbreaks and tornado outbreaks. That's what I'm more famous for. I'm more famous for covering severe weather, because that is actually my, I have a lot more expertise in that. I mean, I would like to say I'm learning a lot in tropical weather. I'm starting to learn significant amounts of stuff and different little things to watch out for in the tropics. But severe weather is definitely the thing that I am more famous for, so. Am I gonna go chase these storms? Probably not. Probably not, but I chased Tropical Depression Fred and got a tornado out of it. So that's right. There's Tropical Storm Henri's updated information. So let's go take a look at that here real quickly. So, latest information from the National Hurricane Center. Tropical Storm Henri is now a 60 mile per hour storm. 60 mile per hour sustained storm. With maximum sustained wind gusts, not maximum sustained wind gusts, but maximum wind gusts of 75 miles per hour. The center of Henri is passing close to Block Island as the storm heads for southern New England. Dangerous storm surge, strong gusty winds, and flooding rainfall are expected across portions of the northeastern United States. So it's getting very close to the official landfall here, guys. It's getting very close. I wish that we had live cameras before, but now it's just kind of... a lot of stuff is kind of taken out due to the fact that there's been a lot of power outages. And speaking of power outages, look over here in Pennsylvania. We have some areas here for whatever reason in Lawrence County. Look at that. 14,000 customers without power there in Lawrence County. No clue as to why they don't have any power there. But that's surprising. And then over here in Rhode Island, of course, we have about 25,000 people without power. 13,400 of which are there in Washington County, Rhode Island, on the southern portion. So that's pretty, that's a lot of people. And even in Newport County here, we have 5,900 people without power, and Bristol County with 3,485 people without power as well. And as I said, these numbers are expected to continue to rise as this continues to move about. So we definitely have to watch out for this as much as possible. Let's see. Yeah, so they're expecting landfall here soon. And that makes sense. Thanks, Three Mountain. I appreciate that. Structural damage to the Water's Edge flower business in Rhode Island. And look at this. You can see portions of the sign here that actually has been ripped apart and torn off. So there's you already got some structural damage across the board here, on top of some of the flooding within some of these areas. Single car accident on 495 on exit 44. Car must have lost control in the heavy rain. So if you're on 495, as if traffic isn't typically pretty bad, it's about to get a lot worse. Somewhere over there. Taking a look at Colton Flint here. Look at the surge here. For the most part, look at this. Look at these angry waters that are really starting to surge on here. Lot of storm surge that is anticipated, but even if there isn't any storm surge in these, these rocky areas do hold up as barriers. I mean, just look at that surf. That is some very intense surf. Sheesh. I mean, I could just look at this all day. This is kind of satisfying to look at. I'm not going to lie. Here's some more flooding here in Milltown, New Jersey. This was the flooding earlier today with all the flash flood warnings. And look at this. This is why we say turn around, don't drown. Don't drive into flooded roadways. I mean, if you took a look at this, you'd probably think that this without these cars, if you just had the railroad tracks right next to it, you wouldn't think that the roads would be very deep, would you guys? But take a look. Look at how low these cars actually are. I know these are sedans, but these cars are submerged, abandoned. That's significant. That is very significant. And then another picture here of the Four Boys ice cream place. Look at that. Most of the benches are underwater. Goes relatively high up onto the actual building. There is a lot of flooding that was over there. And it's still expected too. Let's see if I can find anything else. The marginal risk is still issued for Henri as a small tornado risk. That's to be expected. Is that from the storm surge? No, that's from the outer bands of the rain. This is from the outer bands of Henri. That's not what I wanted to do. Sheesh. Yeah, that's from the outer bands here. All these showers and thunderstorms that have been basically sitting over this area right here, and it's been slowly moving off to the north, very slowly. And all this activity here is basically near Trenton, Heightstown, and New Brunswick. Significant amounts of rain that has already fallen within some of these areas too, so really a lot that is kind of progressed here. In New England, myself near Boston. Well, I hope you stay safe from this, because this is definitely a widespread risk here for the most part. Easily a widespread risk here. Is it just me, or is the west side of the storm getting more rain, kind of opposite from usual when the east side of the storm gets more rain? And yes, you would have to be correct in this instance. The only reason of that being the case is because this isn't the Gulf of Mexico. And what I mean by that is, if we take a look at the HWRF model, you can see on its approach, it had a lot of moisture around it. That's what this green indicates. But then it also had some tans around it here too, in some of these brown areas, indicating some very dry air. And as it continues to move off further to the north, that dry air actually gets enveloped into the eastern side, in contrast to most of the activity here on the western side of Henri right here. So a lot of activity here as this continues to progress. Do I earn money of ads on Twitch? I honestly have no clue. I think Twitch might still take those. I think that's Twitch's revenue and not mine. But yeah, that dry air really does surge into the system right here. And it really takes away most of these showers and thunderstorms. So that's the reason why it's basically, it basically looks like it's cut in half and flipped, in contrast to what would happen, say, in the, I'd say in like the Gulf of Mexico somewhere. Oh, sheesh, that scared the crap out of me. Bill Sussman, what's up on Twitch? Hello, hello. How are you this morning and or afternoon? Here in Newport, Rhode Island, we are getting slammed, and that makes sense. I actually believe that. There's been a lot of trees down over there too, so I'm just hoping that you're staying in a sturdy structure. Because this is a yeah, as I said, pretty concerning storm that'll continue to progress further northward. If you haven't already, please be sure to go ahead and subscribe, because I do live analysis on this for all sorts of stuff, whether it's live tropical systems making landfall like tropical storms or hurricanes, whether it's live severe weather analysis like severe weather outbreaks or tornado outbreaks, and I even upload videos every single morning, whether it's talking about severe weather or tropical weather. It would have to depend upon the instance. So if you guys do want content like that, please be sure to go ahead and subscribe, and even turn on notifications if you want to stay up to date with all the latest information. Has Henri made landfall yet? Not officially, but it did go over Block Island. Sheer and upper level low did a number on Henri, kind of. It's just more or less, I think the cold waters did a number on it. If it didn't have the cold waters, it would have been fine. It would have been completely fine. Is your title wrong? It says August 17th. Does it say August 17th? Not on my screen. It says August 22nd. Henri didn't slow down before landfall as predicted, right? That does seem to be a bit of the case. Let me go take a look here. It slowed down a bit. It actually slowed down a lot. It was moving north at 21 miles per hour. Now it's moving north-northwest at 12 miles per hour. So it did slow down a bit, but it's not going to be like stationary slow as it continues to move off to the north. So that's the good news there. Can't become a Twitch affiliate or partner if you don't keep the stream exclusive. Can't do YouTube and Twitch at the same time. Well, that's only for Twitch. For YouTube, I can still do it, and I can still live stream on both Twitch and YouTube. So those are the plays. Feel like you missed all the important stuff. Not all too much, Carly, but you did miss a lot of the videos earlier on. Let's take a look at the updated map here. And now the numbers are really starting to pick up. I mean, it's starting to kind of get out of hand here. 32,000 people in total in Rhode Island are without power, specifically in areas here along Washington County. 18,700 people are without power in this general area. That is a lot of people. That is a lot of people. So we are right about the worst part of the impact here for today. Of course, we will be continuing to live stream a little bit later afterwards. But yeah, this is definitely the, as I mentioned, the witching hour, where the worst will most likely come. And then after the hour, after the landfall, then things will start to kind of simmer down a little bit. Water temperature this time of year for the North Bay is 70 degrees. Crazy that this is cold to tropical systems. Yeah, tropical systems are really picky. They are really, really picky, and they'd have to be in upwards of the mid to upper 80s in order for them to intensify further. Did you check the tropical forecast for the next 2 weeks? They are forecasting some storms possible in the Gulf of Mexico. I did mention that about 3 videos ago, that there could potentially be some formations here by the end of August into early September. So, as I said, I do upload videos every single morning, so I'll be updating you all when that does come around. I'll be giving you guys all sorts of live information as this continues to unfold. But yeah, a lot of people are without power here in Rhode Island. Yeah, it's now climbing even more, 38,974. So almost 40,000 people are without power over there. So that is pretty intense in its own right. And then also in portions of New London County, which actually has a flash flood warning, they even have 3,732 people without power as well. So there's a lot of people over here that are getting impacted. Let's go back to Twitter and see if anybody else. Yeah, that's a lot of vorticity right there. A lot of vorticity. As I said, if you have anything that you want to send into me, whether it's a video of what is happening outside your window, or if you find something on Twitter and you want to send it to me, feel free to do so at me at Twitter, on Twitter, Nate_Snyder. All right, at Nate_Snyder, or message me if you can. If you message me, I might be able to get it. I might be able to see it. So, yeah, that would be greatly appreciated, because seeing at this point is believing, and we're going to want to get the information out as much as possible in that regard. Speaking of getting that information out as much as possible, share this live stream with friends and family and on social media on to as many people as possible as well, because we're going to want to get this information out, especially since more and more people are starting to lose power. They're not going to be able to go to their local news networks. Instead, they're most likely going to head off to social media like Facebook, like Twitter, like YouTube. And so if you guys share this live stream with friends and family and on social media, then that would definitely be helpful to spread as much information as we possibly can. And another way to do so is by liking the live stream. By liking the live stream, that actually gets us onto the recommended pages, gets us to the recommended feeds, and it allows us to get this information out to more and more people who may be on YouTube. So, I'm going to take a real quick bathroom break, just real quickly. I'm going to play the radar loop here of the system. And so just give me like 1 minute. I'll be back. is the first break I've had to take today. We've been going live for 4.5 hours. So, my goodness. I don't know why the stream would say that it's August 7th on Twitch, but I guess so. Because on YouTube that's not the case, but let's see if I can update it. Oh yeah, I can update it again. There we go. So I fixed it. Fixed it for you all. Christopher Hubbard, hello. Welcome to the live stream. Yeah, so that's the first break that we've taken all day today. We've been live streaming for quite some time. So thank you guys so much for coming out, and we're going to continue to cover this as much as possible. So let's take a look at Twitter again here. So that's windy. I'm going to see if there's anything else here. General overview of the tropical Atlantic over the next week or so. Someone gets to explain it instead of me, so there we go. Henri pushes through. CAG begins to take shape, so there could potentially be something over there that could just go. Leave me alone. Anyways. So this is the tropical waves that are moving on through. A lot of activity, monsoon trough induced vortex that could spark tropical cyclone development. More tropical development that is expected to move off from Africa, and I could potentially form something down the road. So a lot of areas here, a lot of areas to watch, specifically areas here in the Caribbean, as well as the Lesser Antilles, and then of course areas off of Africa, because there's a lot of rain that's coming off of there. It's monsoon season over there for the most part, so there's a lot of activity with this. Let us see. Yeah, look at this. This is wearecentralpa.com weather. Skynet from Narragansett. I mean, look at this. Very angry sea here from Narragansett. Let's see if we can find another camera from there, because most of the cameras here Coast Guard House webcam. Is that updated? Doesn't look like it's supported there either. So most of the cameras over there along Narragansett actually is kind of out at the moment, and that would make sense. That would make a lot of sense actually, due to the fact that power is actually out within that general vicinity, and that's the unfortunate thing about all of this, is that we can have live cameras as much as we possibly want, but if they don't have power, well then can't look at what's happening. So we'll take a look at this again, see what's happening here. This is still loading very slowly, so maybe that camera is not working either. Oh, we might have something here. We might. We might. We might have a live camera here. Not Seth. Hello. Welcome to the live stream. How are you? Yeah, it doesn't look like there's any cameras over there near Narragansett that's going to be up. So that's unfortunate. It also looks like this camera over here near Montauk is also out as well. This was the last picture. Nope, never mind. It's still going. Look at the surge there. Massive waves along the pier. Actually, I think this is the last picture that it had. I think this is the last picture before it went dry, because it's on a loop right here. You can tell it's on a loop. It just advanced a little bit. Yeah, look at that. Massive waves surging onto this pier right here. In Montauk, New York. Which is the furthest east you can get on Long Island. So that is a lot. That is a lot of potential storm surge right within there. But man, those waves are absolutely... They're packing a huge punch. I can't exactly see if there's been damage within some of these areas. I'd have to take a look a little bit closer, of course, but I don't exactly see any sort of damage along this actual pier here. Pepper Sprout with the $3 super chat. Thank you, my friend. I really do appreciate it. I really do. Those funds help allow me to continue to do what I love to do here on YouTube. So thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. But yeah, that is some pretty intense waves that are really battering Montauk, New York. Pretty intense waves here as this continues to move on through. Let's take a look over now. We're getting a couple reports. A 70-mile-per-hour report officially from a weather station in Point Judith. So that's a high-end tropical storm force wind there. We also have another report here of a 58-mile-per-hour gusty wind report there. And then we also have some more reports of roads being impassable due to flooding from surge and heavy rainfall. And then we also have another report here. This is from Spotter Network. Tree limbs down and blocking roadway. Limbs 4 to 6 inches in diameter. No power, no damage to structures or power lines, I should say. So, and that report was made right near I-95 and I-395, just for reference. YouTube, this is Twitch. Well, on your end, it's Twitch. On YouTube, is my other live stream that I currently have. My stream on YouTube currently has 285 viewers, although we originally had closer to 600 earlier on in the stream. So we had a lot of stuff here. We also have some reports of trees down north of Providence, Rhode Island too. So the damage extends relatively far throughout much of New England. And we can expect that to continue here as this continues to move on further north. Let's take a look at the power outage map again before we go back to Twitter. Yeah, the power outages continue to spike more and more and more. Officially, there are now 44,000 customers without power, including 30,000 of them in Washington County, Rhode Island, that are without power. That is very, very intense. And, we just hope that they prepared for this event ahead of time as this continued to get closer and closer towards them. T-Bro from Bangladesh, hello. Welcome to the live stream. How are you? Nice. I love seeing people from other countries in the live streams. I'm not gonna lie. It's very nice to see. Any reports of grills on fire? Can't say for certain. I would have to look into that a little bit more. Are fish being physically displaced from the Atlantic Ocean onto Connecticut lands? I would also have to do a little bit more research on that as well, because I do not have any confirmations of that. We also have a couple other videos to watch here. This is from Felicia Combs from the Weather Channel. Not a fun time on the roads in New London with some flooding from Henri going. And you can take a look and see this here through. Look at this. There is definitely some localized flooding. Not significant amounts of flooding, but definitely some localized flooding with some strong gusty winds in that area. So a lot of activity has definitely been put right over New England. A good place to look for live cameras, Earth Cam. Oh, there's actually an interactive map here. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. What about New London? Let's try Harbor Cam. Yeah, let's try the Harbor Cam. Oh, this is a time lapse. Oh no, this is live, isn't it? Yeah, this is live. We'll actually full screen this right here. You can see, of course, the winds impacting areas around here with the trains right along the coast here. You definitely have some water that's starting to spew up upon some of these piers over here. Not a whole lot of activity that I can see for the most part. They're really interesting to say the least. I'm actually going to save this as a bookmark for my live camera collection. There we go. So just for future reference, I'll be able to have that. Hello from London, UK. Well, hello, Bob. Nice to see you. Thanks for tuning into the live stream. Yep, so it looks like that's down. Let's take a look at this other camera here. This other web camera. Hopefully this will be able to... Let's see if this is going to be able to update for us. Hopefully it will. Of course. But it won't. But it won't. Camera cannot be embedded. Switch to standard or professional package for embedding. Huh? Doesn't make any sense. Does not make any sense at all. Let's take a look at the... Oh yeah, that's right. North Lighthouse Cam isn't really showing all too much, so that's the thing. That's a thing. The Nautilus live cam is not currently in Connecticut at the moment. As a matter of fact, on the opposite side of the opposite side of North America. So that's not a live camera to use. Can't use that either. So let's just keep looking at this camera here in Montauk, New York. I mean, just look at this. As I said, massive amounts of surge across most of these areas. And it seems to be in another loop again. Might have actually broken out of that loop. What is the current track for this tropical system and how fast is it moving? That's a good question. So let's actually go back over here to the National Hurricane Center. And as of the latest advisory, this is a 60-mile-per-hour tropical storm with a minimum pressure of 987 millibars moving north-northwest at 12 miles per hour. The track is it's expected to slow down more and more as it continues to move off to the north and west, and it's most likely going to go over the western portions of New England right within here as a tropical storm, a low-end tropical storm, that is, before it ends up then making a sharp turn to the right and eventually goes back out to sea, eventually impacting areas like Nova Scotia and Canada, as well as Newfoundland and the general vicinity of Quebec in that general area, especially in New Brunswick. Greetings from Poland. Hope everyone is safe. Well, hello, Bartos. Thank you for coming into the live stream. I really do appreciate it. Let's see. Yeah, very angry waves here. Look at that wave. Look at that wave here. This may have been a couple hours prior, but look at this. Massive waves. That's the reason why surfers want to go out here so badly, because you can get stuff like that. But then again, the rip current risk is going to be significant if that's the case, so... Yeah, that is some huge waves. Huge waves surging onto the system, onto shore. If you guys, as I said, if you guys have anything you want to send in to me, whether it is, you know, footage that you've taken yourself, or if you were scrolling through Twitter and you've just happened to hop on something and you found some interesting stuff, please be sure to send it to me, whether it is on Twitter, on Facebook, even on email, at me, at Nate_Snyder. I will be able to most likely get that out here on live stream and show the people here for the most part. Let's go back to the power outage map here, update it, and yeah, ow. That's a lot of people without power. In Washington County, I should say. More than half of people here in Washington County are without power. As a matter of fact, 42,888 people here in Washington County alone are without power. And combined with other counties around it, that brings it to a total of 58,700 people in this state alone, the state of Rhode Island, without power. That is a lot. That is most certainly a lot. We also have more areas without power here too. New London County, which is currently under a flash flood warning. They also have about 4,750 people without power. And then further north into Windham County, that also has 2,500 people without power over there. So a lot of activity here in this general vicinity. And I also want to take a look at Massachusetts. And it seems as if Bristol County in Massachusetts also has almost 2,000 customers without power. Norfolk County, which is just north of that, with about 1,400 customers without power. And then Worcester County with about 1,300 people without power. So there's a lot of people that are missing power at the moment from Tropical Cyclone Henri. Let's take a look and see if Snap Maps have anything. There is any other videos. And there's a lot of this from videos over here, so let's take a look at that. This is near Narragansett. Sorry for the audio. Let's actually turn that down a little bit. A lot of these people are probably haven't experienced a tropical cyclone like this in quite some time, so of course there's going to be some people who are going to be outdoors. Oh wow. This guy is
early bird catches the worm. In my spot, man, people fucking get this shit. I mean,
this man is definitely having a whale of a time, smoking a cigar and drinking while the tropical cyclone hits him. This guy is definitely as relaxed as he can be. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff over there near Narragansett. Let's take a look at Newport, and look at this. According to him, there's no beach around here, and yeah, I mean, look at how rough the surf is there. That is really rough. Some localized flooding in Newport. Water over the pier. A lot of activity there. Let's take a look at New Bedford. Hurricane barriers are closed. Trees are already down.
Snapping, this shit crazy.
Yeah, there's the hurricane barriers to prevent the storm surge. Good way to prevent that that flooding from spreading further and further. So yeah, definitely a lot of activity there across the board. Let's see, the hurricane hunters are still making passes into the storm. Still looking like a 60-mile-per-hour tropical storm according to most recon data. That seems to be the most consistent thing we've had. So that is the good news there. But yeah, there is a lot of activity here for the most part. I asked that we don't talk about religion all too much. I am religious, so I will say that much, but I feel like this is, you know, if people do want to pray for him, they can. If they want to. But let's not talk about it all too much in there, because that tends to create conflict for believers and non-believers. And if they're non-believers, I respect your opinion. Not going to completely force you. I'm not going to, you know, put my opinion on you in that regard. I'm just here to put my opinion on you with weather, because that's my job at this point. That is indeed my job. So yeah, rainfall amounts are definitely getting pretty excessive within some of these areas. Let's see if I want to explore some of the products here a little bit more. Digital storm total difference. Oh, look at this. Yeah, there's definitely lots of plethora amounts of rain here. See if I can find the total. Yeah, here we go. Storm total. Look at this right off the coast here. 4 inches of rain already fallen, and then areas here in the flash flood warning. 1 to 2 inches of rain has already fallen, and there's expected to be more. So there is a lot of activity here that is really starting to kind of fire up. Will this be the last recon mission since it's moved inland? Most likely will be the case. They'll probably head back home here soon. But they'll probably make one more pass. They'll like make a U-turn and then move on through again. So yeah, most likely will be the case here. Let's look back over here near Montauk, New York. This is as far east as you can get on Long Island. And look at the surge here. Look at the waves continuously cracking along the actual pier in this general vicinity. Definitely a lot of storm surge that's really pushing off through here. And there is a lot of strong thunderstorm characteristics with these storms here. So definitely something to watch out for with that. I'm going to take a look at Twitter here real quickly. And people are starting to tweet at me here. A man gets knocked over by the wind while trying to take pictures. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Yeah, he definitely did not expect that. Look at that. This is why we tell you not to go outside during this event. I'm actually going to retweet that. So thank you so much for doing that. Here's a look here at Hamden, Connecticut. Someone sent in here. And it's not exactly all too bad as of right now, of course. But conditions most likely are expected to amplify here soon. But good video there. Thank you for sending that in. Really do appreciate that. Yeah, I kind of want to watch that video again. He got straight up knocked. I don't even know what that is. What is that? A door of some sort? I don't know why he hid behind it, because if you have a lot more surface area, then it'll catch the wind and really push you off, so. But yeah, that's what the wind will do to you. Wow. Yeah, there's a lot of people without power here. Yeah, let's take a look at New England here. You can see here in New England, there is quite a lot of people here without power. As I said, 47,000 people in Washington County are without power. And then in Kent County, a little bit further north, you have almost 7,000 people without power there, about 6,800 people. And then in Newport County, you have 11,700 people without power over there as well. It is a lot of rain, a lot of showers and thunderstorms that are really pushing on shore and knocking trees, power lines down, creating a lot of flooding. Yeah, that's the one thing I don't understand, is that people think that it's not that big of a worry because that this thing is a tropical storm now. It doesn't matter all too much, honestly. It really doesn't, because the winds don't exactly change all too much. It'll still create widespread power outages. It still will create flooding. It still will create trees down across the board. So, yes, 66,837 people in Rhode Island are without power, followed by 12,591 people in Connecticut are without power, 5,389 people in Massachusetts are without power, and then surprisingly here in Maine, in York County, the furthest southernmost county in York, it has 2,397 people without power as well, all attributed to Tropical Cyclone Henri making landfall. So, a lot of activity here as this continues to progress. But yeah, there's a lot of people without power in these areas. Let's take a look back at the radar again. We're going to take a look at radar Omega. We're going to take a look at the reflectivity. And we're going to actually change it to a 3D so that we can actually see a little bit better as to what all is happening. We're going to play it as a loop. So you can see how this has continually progressed further and further to the north with a lot of outer bands that has been kind of shooting from all sorts of different directions. So you have this one outer band right here that passed through Boston way back when and is now in southern portions of Maine, New Hampshire, and Vermont. You also have this other band right here in the southwestern portion of Henri that has been creating an absorbent amount of flash flooding, particularly around New Jersey, to where there's been some significant flooding and water rescues that have been ongoing there. Then, of course, you also have the main body of Henri right here that is currently moving on land. It is about to make landfall here within the next, I'd say half an hour to maybe even an hour. And then as that continues to propagate further northward, what's going to happen is a lot of these outer bands here on the northern side is eventually going to get wrapped around a bit further onto the western side of the storm. And there's going to be a lot of rain basically on the western half of the system, particularly around places like western Massachusetts, like Connecticut, like the Hudson River Valley of New York. And that'll create an absorbent amount of flash flooding across much of these areas here as this continues to move about. The expected rainfall amounts within some of these systems, if we go over here to the U.S. potential rainfall, there's a lot of yellows. There's a lot of yellows and oranges here, and that indicates 4 to 10 inches of rainfall, potentially even higher than that in some localized amounts. And so there is definitely a lot of areas to watch out for as this continues to move on through. And as I said, huge threat for potential flooding within some of these areas. We're definitely going to have to watch out for this as this continues to progress further. Staten Island just stopped raining. What a dud of a storm. Yeah, well, maybe for Staten Island and New York because it actually moved a bit further to the east. So that's good news there for you all. But you guys could potentially get more and more showers and thunderstorms here relatively soon. .30-mile-per-hour wind gusts in Cape Cod this morning with just one rain shower so far. And that's expected, honestly. Cape Cod's not supposed to get a significant amount of damaging winds. So Hurricane Reconnaissance is doing exactly what I kind of expected they would do. They're going to do one more pass into the center of Henri here. And they kind of made a complete U-turn here. And they're going to go into another pass here. And for as long as this system has not made landfall, they're going to continue to just keep doing U-turns here along the coast. Charwitchit, welcome to the channel. Welcome to the live stream. Hello, hello. How are you? Nice to see you here. No mods? Yeah, there's some instances to where most of my mods don't show up, but I've seen a couple of them move on through here every now and then. So that's the good news. Is New Jersey out with no power? I don't believe New Jersey is actually I don't believe New Jersey has a lot of people without power at the moment. They only have 7,400 people without power is actually a lot. So, I retract my statement there. There are now 71,000 people without power here in Rhode Island. And as I said, numbers are going to keep rising. Washington County, it's getting very close to almost the entire county being without power. It's getting very close. But jeez. Yeah, that video was funny. Good job, Casper Fox. That is definitely memeable content. He's definitely regretting his decisions now. Mistakes were definitely made. So, I feel like I should go a little bit in depth as to why this all is happening the way it does. And the main reason for that is mainly because, if we take a look at the water vapor imagery here, basically just a zoom out of all the systems for the most part, you can see right here is Tropical Storm Henri. And there's another area here that actually has some counterclockwise spin. And if we surround it right here, this actually shows that there is an upper level low right here that is basically creating more and more wind shear, pushing Henri further west. That's the wind that's basically kind of guiding the system that way. And so we were anticipating, or not exactly we, there were some people who were actually anticipating that this low pressure system would have moved Henri a little bit further to the west a little bit sooner, but that ended up not being the case in this instance. And so it just ended up being that the storm moved on as close as it could to Long Island and is most likely going to make landfall here somewhere near Rhode Island and Connecticut. So that is the reason why this is all happening here. And you also have a lot of moisture here in the atmosphere too, except for portions of eastern parts of Henri as well. So there's a lot of activity here that's really starting to kind of pick up and come together. And I guess you could say all the conditions are really starting to come together here. And it's all showing up here right as it makes landfall. Let us see. Chaya with the $3 super chat. Thank you, my friend. I really do appreciate it. As I said, if I do not pronounce the name correctly, I'm sorry. But Chaya Israel, thank you, or Israel, thank you for the $3 super chat. It helps fund the channel. It helps me allowed to keep doing stuff like this here on YouTube. So thank you so much. Thank you so much for funding the channel. We are at 13,332 subscribers. I really appreciate everyone who's actually subscribed to the channel because, you know, that does help me in the long run, especially if you guys even watch my videos in the mornings, because I will upload videos every single morning to update everyone as to what's going to be happening with the weather. So, if you guys do want content like that will update you daily as to what's going to be happening with the weather, please be sure to subscribe and even turn on notifications. And stay tuned every morning in Eastern Daylight Time in the US. I'll get you guys all sorts of content for you all, warning you on the impending danger of severe weather, tropical weather, and even winter weather when blizzards and ice storms will come around. I'll be able to get you guys your information. I'm still surprised that we still have 10 viewers on Twitch, so hello to all the people who are on Twitch. Nice to see you. Nice to see you there. So it looks like the main center of circulation is now really right along the coast now. It looks like it's actually making landfall here at any second. So right about here is the center area of low pressure. And yeah, it's just barely off the coast right now. It's probably making landfall here relatively soon. Relatively soon. You should join the Weather Channel. I'm a little too young for that, but yeah, I could definitely try to make that as a goal in my future life, my future of my life. So whether or not I want to get into broadcast meteorology, whether or not I want to continue with this YouTube channel, we'll have to see. We'll have to see. I'm doing great, Tigers fan. How about yourself? Nice to see you here in the live stream today, by the way. Has the strongest winds passed by Swansea, Massachusetts yet? Real quickly, I'd have to look up where that is, so give me a couple seconds. So Swansea, Massachusetts. Yeah, it's definitely getting there. I think that you guys have probably a little bit longer until the strongest actually do pass you. So it probably could intensify a little bit further with your damaging winds. However, the tropical system has taken its shift to the west, so you might not see a lot of intensification within your area. So that's the good news. Yeah, I mean, I'll continue to stay here on YouTube and keep providing updates for everyone. I mean, as I said, I'm going to try my best to give everyone as accurate information as I possibly can. So if you guys are willing to have me, if you guys are willing to watch my videos every single morning, or maybe not every single morning, but every now and then, help me out that way, that would be greatly appreciated. So thank you guys so much. Thank you guys so much for helping me out here on YouTube. Let's take a look over at Radar Omega again, take a look at the 3D analysis. One thing I do want to point out here is this little spike right here. That's some radar interference that's currently ongoing with the radar, so don't pay too much attention to that. But the one thing that you should pay attention to, as I mentioned, is the big swirling mass that's right here near the center of Henri, and that's going to continue to really pick up rain rates and create a big flash flooding risk for most areas across New England. So we got to watch out for that. HPATS, hello, welcome to the channel. How are you this evening? Can I check New York City? I sure can. Let's go over to GR2 Analyst. And the thing with GR2 Analyst here too is that you can even see, look at how much rain that has basically sat over this area. This is within a span of an hour, and the rain is basically right over the same exact area, over and over and over again. There's even some rain here in Staten Island as well. But it's just continuous amounts of rain that will most likely create some localized flooding. Continuously. Oh, your security guard. Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. Then I'll probably refer to you as security guard as well. But yeah, there's a lot of rain that's basically consolidated over there, even in New York City. And so some localized flooding is definitely possible. You even have these little outer bands right here that are sitting right over Long Beach and Manhattan. And so we can expect some flooding to be likely within some of these areas. Real quickly, I want to take a look at this damage. And Connecticut Dot reports Route 214 closed in both directions at Albatross Drive with a tree and with a tree down, as well as wires along the road. So there is a lot of damage already being reported, especially with how saturated the ground is. It's basically just plucking flowers from a typical garden at this point and toppling them over. So there is a lot of activity here. I'll tell you the one area that's not getting a whole lot of activity here is places in Cape Cod. Not a whole lot of rain here in portions, I guess, south of the Beltway of Boston, all the way down to, I'd say, east of Providence and moving on forward. Not a whole lot of rain over here. I mean, there is some general showers and thunderstorms and more or less some gusty winds, but not a whole lot of activity. And that's because there's a lot of dry air that's seeping in behind the storm and creating a lack of showers and thunderstorms for the most part. So there's definitely a lot of activity here that's just not named the eastern portions of Massachusetts. Let us see. Let's see what else I got here. Let's go back to the power outage map here. See how many people are without power now. 19,975 people are without power in Connecticut. 19,975 people. That's almost 2,000 people without power in Connecticut. And then, of course, 74,000 people without power in Rhode Island. And then 5,500 people without power in Massachusetts. There's also in localized areas near New York, or specifically in New York City and along Long Island and Sussex County, about 2,300 people without power over there. And then New Jersey, specifically northeastern portions of New Jersey, with 4,841 people without power. So that's the big thing there, is that there's a plethora amount of people here who are getting impacted directly by the storm, and they're losing power because of it. Let us see. Let's go over. I want to see if the cameras are working again. If they're not, then they're not, but give me a second here as I pull it up. Yeah, that one's not working. That one's not working. That one's not working. There's a bunch of stuff that's not working here. Then again, it's kind of to be expected at this point with how much storm surge is within this general vicinity. So I'm honestly not too surprised. Honestly not too surprised. One camera that we do have working, though, is Montauk, New York. This is the furthest east you can go on Long Island. And look at the storm surge here. Look at the wave activity hit this pier. Not as significant as it once was. You can see how the water is actually receded a little bit downwards, and that's mainly because the storm has moved off a little bit further to the north, and so the storm surge is not expected to be as significant now as it once was in areas here near Montauk, but definitely could see some more activity with this as this continues to move on through. It does seem to be, I believe, actual people and not households. Will you be okay to drive from Maryland to Boston on Tuesday, especially through New York, Connecticut? There might be some localized flooding in some areas, but I definitely think you should be fine because Henri will be out and away from the from that general area by the time you actually start driving. So that's the good news. The real Theo, hello. I'm doing fine. How about yourself? How's the wind shear looking for Henri? Well, the wind shear at the moment is kind of it's really interesting. It's very strong for the most part. A lot of westerly shear that's pushing Henri a bit further to the west, which is the reason why it has made this curl off to the west. You have this upper level trough with this upper level low right here, and because that upper level low is right there and is creating a lot of wind shear around it, it's really guiding the system, as I said, a little bit further to the west. But it is expected to move a bit further and curl sharply to the east once this low pressure system kind of heads in behind the system. And they're both going to basically kind of merge. And that's what typically happens when low pressure systems get very close to each other. They typically are more or less attracted, similar to how magnets are attracted to each other if you put the positive and negative sides right next to each other. So that's just a decent explanation as to what all is happening and why Henri did what it did. The reason why it didn't curl off to the west sooner is because the actual tropical system of Henri did not get caught by this low pressure system as quickly as most people thought. And so that's the reason why it has most likely made landfall across portions of Connecticut, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, that general vicinity over there. Is the Northeast going to see a tornado threat from the storm? If not, what differentiates the storm from ones like Fred in terms of the tornado threat? So there is still a small tornado threat from the system. The only thing that differentiates this storm from other storms is the placement of where this thing made landfall. And typically, the areas that have the most enhanced tornado threat when it comes to tropical systems is the eastern side of the tropical system, more or less. I was going to say northeastern side that has the highest likelihood, but I'll just say the eastern side just for the sake of it, because it can happen all across that general area. And so the reason why this tornado threat is so minimal is because, number one, where this made landfall is right about here along the border of Rhode Island and Connecticut. So if there was a lot of showers and thunderstorms here to begin with, there's not a whole lot of land for this to hit. But on other news, there's actually a lot of dry air here that's seeping into the system that is prohibiting thunderstorms from actually forming. So of course you would have a higher tornado threat if it did end up forming more and more thunderstorms, but that is not the case due to the fact that you do have a lot of that dry air that's really seeping into the system. And we can actually take a look at that a little bit better in some of the models here. If you take a look at the HWRF model right here, you can see that exact situation as to how it played out. A lot of the green here indicates some moisture, a lot of the tan and brown indicate a lot of dry air. And so as this moves over land, you can see how that dry air starts to get a lot closer and closer towards the center of Henri. And this will be your prohibitor for thunderstorm development. And that's the reason why, more or less, there's a lot of activity here on the western side rather than the eastern side. Typically, it's the opposite if you had a tropical system over in the Gulf, but we're not in the Gulf over here. We're in the northeast of the northeastern portions of the United States. So that's kind of the reason why the system is what it is right now with the current conditions. Another reason too is because if we go back to this water vapor imagery and take a look at all of the wind shear with this, you can also see another contributor as to why there's so many showers and thunderstorms on the western side of the storm. And if we go back to this low pressure system with how it's creating a lot of shear, that's creating this kind of hook, more or less. If you imagine this line as the stream pathway as to thunderstorms would take for guidance, that wind shear originally goes down as westerly shear, but then curls up as northerly shear, and then becomes more or less southeasterly shear, or it becomes southerly shear, as I should say, heading off towards the north, and then becomes southeasterly shear as this pushes thunderstorms off towards the north and west. And there's a lot of this thunderstorm activity that's ongoing in Henri, but a lot of this moisture is actually being pushed further and further towards the western portions of the system because of that wind shear. So that's the reason why there is a flash flooding risk here for portions of the Hudson River Valley, as well as the western portions of New England, and even in portions of New York City. Another thing that I do want to watch out for is because of this trough, there's actually a lot of showers and thunderstorms off towards the off the coast of the Carolinas and the Delmarva Peninsula. However, some of these showers and thunderstorms could also be caught by that trough and be steered inwards towards that general vicinity of New York and, well, just the New York City metropolitan area. So all the more reason as to why we need to watch out for the potential for flooding within some of these areas, as there could be an abnormal amount of moisture here to create showers and thunderstorms. All right, so that's the new flash flood map. That's about the same. Although if people haven't seen it before, here it is. Flash flooding is expected to be probable within some of these areas outlined in this red. So that does include areas like Wilkes-Barre, Scranton, New York, Hartford, Albany. Right around this general vicinity, there is expected to be an absorbent amount of rain within this general area. And then I do want to take a look here real quickly. We're going to go back to the National Hurricane Center and see if this is updated at all. And it has. So this is now... actually, I don't think it has. No, it has not. So that's a thing. But expected to still see areas in green to get 2 to 4 inches of rainfall, and then areas in yellow with 4 to 6 inches of rainfall, as well as some localized areas in these oranges, 6 to 10 inches of rainfall. Would not be surprised if you even saw a foot of rainfall within some localized areas. So I would definitely watch out for this as this continues to progress further, as well as the fact that there could be some more and more showers and thunderstorms that could head off into their general vicinity. Amtrak service is suspended between New York and Boston, pretty much all of New England, at least for today. That would make sense, honestly. Actually, funny thing about that is that I actually was, that was the way of travel for me to get to Cape Cod for my vacation a week ago, so that was pretty cool. Theo sent me this video of Oak Bluffs here. This is a lot of storm surge that's spewing onto the coast here. And just take a look at this. I mean, there is a lot of activity. Lot of rainfall too, an absorbent amount of rainfall, as well as storm surge. You can already see that localized flooding that's already starting to stack up. And you know, even though the waves are coming up along the rocks, even though that may be bad enough, you can also see how the water goes up and then it goes outwards really quickly. And that's because you have some gusty winds that are actually pushing some of that rain further and further inland. And that's kind of the reason why storm surge is as big of a risk as it is because you have a lot of winds that continuously stir up a lot of waves, and they get higher and higher and higher until they eventually smack along the coast. And that's exactly what we see here as this continues to move about. Farmer Matt, hello, hello. Welcome to the live stream. How are you? You're at work, but you're bored and you need something to get me through. Well, I mean, this is definitely a Good thing for you since you live over there in the UK. You get to watch a lot of stuff that we're watching. So glad you found your channel. Awesome info with great maps. Well, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. And as I said, you know, I try to give as much information as possible. I try to explain the environment as best as possible. It's basically a way to kind of show my work, because I know a lot of you know, news stations and channels don't exactly show their work all too much with what happens in the environment. So I provide evidence as to why I think things will happen the way it happens. And I don't know, that's just kind of the thing that I like about weather. I love showing my work, and I love looking at all these different little factors that can play into what exactly happens. So you'll see that a lot of my videos. As I said, I upload videos every single morning. So if you guys do want content like that, whether it's on the tropics, severe weather, winter weather, when stuff does eventually progress down to that stage, feel free to subscribe and then turn on notifications to stay up to date with all the stuff that I do on my channel. And then if you do want to get extra content and have your name shouted out below in the below along the screen that basically moves on through, you can see how it kind of switches and changes, talks about different topics. You can actually see right now, there's the channel members that have actually supported the channel. It's just $5 a month, but you guys do get extra content like bloopers. I will be uploading videos in the evening now, just 5 to 10 minute videos, briefly explaining any sort of changes that may have happened within the models. And that type of information you'd be getting earlier than usual, because most people would have to wait a day for latest information. But for you guys, your information would come out most likely at about 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, maybe 7 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Can you tell me what will be the most intense in Staten Island? Probably about now to a little bit later on this evening. Definitely think that'll be the case. Let's actually, we'll like and retweet this. So that was Steve Lapointe, and a lot of activity there from him. Tropical storm warnings for Monmouth and Middlesex counties have been canceled. That's the good news. Flooding is still ongoing across portions of central New Jersey between I-195 and I-78, so there's still flood watch there. Here's some of the flooding over in Monroe Township in New Jersey. Cars are just driving right through this. You should never do this, because some of that rain could end up getting into your engine and getting into your battery, and that could stall out your car. That's the reason why people will have to abandon their vehicles most of the time. And that's pretty serious, because if water levels do continue to rise, you try to keep starting up your car and storm surge or any sort of rainfall amounts do continue to increase, you could be stuck there. Water rescues will most likely have to be the case within your general vicinity. So definitely something that you should not something that you should not take super lightly. Yep, turn around, don't drown, don't drive in the flooded roadways. If you guys have anything that you want to send in to me here on the channel to show off onto stream, whether or not that is stuff that you're experiencing live, like any sort of conditions, or if you're like scrolling through Twitter and you find something that someone else posts and you think I should show it to the live stream, then please at me, at Nate_Snyder here. I'll put the link to my Twitter in the chat right there as well. We're only 8 followers away from 1,000 too, so that'd be pretty cool to get up to 1,000 followers as well. But if I don't today, I don't today. It is what it is. But I'd really appreciate it if you guys would help me in that sense. One thing that I do want to look at, there has been an update right around now, the latest model run of the GFS. So I do want to take a look at the GFS for what could be happening in the future, because I am relatively curious. So let's take a look. Let's take a look at what you guys could expect to see in my videos here soon. So we'll see how this progresses. This is Monday morning into Tuesday morning, Wednesday morning, Thursday morning, Friday morning, and there is a huge blob of convection that begins to really start kind of congealing together right here near Central America, south of Cuba. And that could be potentially when we are talking about another tropical system here sometime by the end of next week, August 27th on Friday. So sometime, I guess, this week. And then that makes landfall somewhere along the Yucatan Peninsula, even continues as a tropical system further on the opposite side of Mexico, where they had Category 3 Hurricane Grace make landfall just a couple days prior to today. So that's very unfortunate for some of those areas. Now let's continue to watch this further towards the end of August into the beginning of September now. And there seems to be another area of interest right within here around Cuba and Florida. So how this plays out is still to be determined. Of course, we're towards the latter stages of the model to where anything can change. So we may not even see this within the next run of the GFS. But according to this model right here, we have a tropical system that actually sits over in the Gulf of Mexico and kind of creates a bunch of different impacts here. So that's definitely something to watch out for. Now, let's take a look at the latest run here from the 12Z model guidance. And let's see what has changed with this. So this is the latest model run. We just watched the model run that came out before. And we can still see there's the potential for that tropical system to form right here by Friday into Saturday. And then as this continues to move on through, they still anticipate this to potentially make landfall somewhere within the Bay of Campeche. And then that's pretty much it for the most part. So really interesting to say the least. Recent update here from the National Hurricane Center says that Tropical Storm Henri has made landfall along the coast of Rhode Island near Westerly. So 60-mile-per-hour winds with a minimum pressure of 989 millibars. Definitely something, definitely what we were expecting there. Leftover storm surge amounts, all right? So storm surge is still going to be an issue even after it makes landfall, which is what it did. 2 to 4 feet of storm surge expected along the coastal areas of coastal Connecticut into coastal Rhode Island and all the way through towards the Nantucket Sound. Areas near the Cape Cod Bay all the way up towards the Merrimack River, 1 to 2 feet of storm surge is possible, as well as areas here along the southern portion of Long Island as well, 1 to 2 feet of storm surge. So there's definitely a lot of flooding here within some localized areas. And something to watch out for as this continues to progress. This is some heavy amounts of rainfall too, even though this is a bit over a kind of a wharf. There's a lot of rain within some of these areas, so definitely need to watch out for that. So yeah, there's the official landfall there of Tropical Storm Henri, or Tropical Cyclone Henri. At the beginning of the live stream, we actually had it, we actually showed you all that it was a hurricane. It was a 75-mile-per-hour hurricane. That was about 6 hours ago. 6 hours ago when we showed you all that information. And now here we are, where we've basically been through this entire system and how it's continued to progress. Still about 20,000 people without power in Connecticut, and then the number is now beginning to rise just a bit more here in Rhode Island, where a total of 75,000 people, or about 75,000 people, are without power here in Rhode Island. So a lot of activity that's basically built up to this moment to where there's a lot of impacts here along portions of New England. The good news is that this did not impact New York City and Long Island as badly as most news stations thought it would. Now, if you've been on my channel, if you've seen my videos, I've been very hesitant to say that areas near Long Island will most likely make impacts. directly from the system. I thought it was shifting a little too far westward. So we've been pretty consistent with that analysis there. So that's the good news. Yeah, and then Massachusetts as well. About 7,000 people are without power over there, so a lot of activity within that general vicinity as well. Rain totals here. Rain totals here so far. All right, first off, reported wind gusts from Block Island. This is at 9:15 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, so quite a while ago. Cranberry, New Jersey, 8.5 inches of rain, or 8.25 inches of rain. Lot of activity there. Jamesburg, New Jersey, almost 8 inches of rain. Brooklyn, New York, almost little over 6.25 inches of rain. Prospect Park in New York, almost 5.25 inches of rain. And then Midtown Manhattan, about 4.75 inches of rain. So there's quite a lot of rain even prior to the system. And now we are about 3 hours past that. And I'm kind of curious as to what the rainfall totals here across the board are now. We might actually be able to see that here if I actually pull up something. Yeah, I can pull up a map here. Keep me logged in, please. Thank you. We'll go over to the map. And let's go up here to New England and see how much rainfall they actually have had. So areas here along Long Island have seen well over an inch of rain. Especially here in Brooklyn, they've seen about 3 inches of rain in some areas. Manhattan, of course, has seen a plethora amount of rain as well, and upwards of 2 inches in some spots. Staten Island has actually seen 3 inches of rain, which is quite a lot. Some areas here in central Long Island, maybe not as much, about 1.5 to 2 inches of rain here. Let's take a look at Southampton. So an inch and a half of rain there. The Hampton Bays, near the Shinnecock Canal, a little above 2.5 inches of rain over there. So a lot of rain in that general vicinity as well. And then areas in Montauk, they've gotten about an inch, maybe 1.5 inches of rain over there as well. Now, if we take a look a bit further into Connecticut, say like near New London, New London has actually had about 3 inches of rain within their general vicinity. A lot of rainfall over there. Near Westerly, there's about 2.5 inches of rain as well. Cover House, about 2.5 inches of rain. The system has already made landfall. So that's the good news here. And even areas further inland near East Hampton and Middletown in Connecticut, 1.5 inches of rain within some of these areas, even 2 inches of rain already. And it's only expected to get worse here. Right here in Salem, Connecticut, there's actually 2.75 inches of rain. So there's a lot of rainfall within this general vicinity. It just goes to show you that flash flooding most likely will be the main concern here with this system and not the wind. And just because I'm curious here, I do want to take a look and see how much rain has actually fallen in some of these areas. This weather station right here in Princeton Meadows has recorded almost 9 inches of rainfall within this general vicinity. That is a lot. That is a lot of rain. That's the reason why there are so many flash flood warnings out there. Or there was a bunch of flash flood warnings out there. Because there's been consistently across the board 4 inches of rain, maybe even 5 inches of rain. Yeah, there's another 5-inch rain measurement. And so there's just been so much activity here. So much activity that really is just kind of pushed on through and really created a lot of impacts from a flooding standpoint. So it's been pretty active here for the most part. So most likely here pretty soon, this is, by the way, the live camera of Southampton Beach in New York along Long Island. Pretty soon, we most likely will be ending the live stream because it's kind of pretty boring to start covering flooding and stuff like that. Or it's not really that entertaining, I should say, for you all. But the main thing was just to cover the landfall as this thing approached New England here. 77,000 people now without power in Rhode Island, with 52,000 of them being in Washington County. As I said, about 12,000 people without power in Newport County, and then 10,300 people in Kent County are also without power as well. Nate Snyder is built different. After he said the flash floods will be more of a concern, the wind instantly slowed down. Yeah, I guess I have some sort of pull over how the weather works. I can influence it with my words. JL Johnson, hello, welcome to the live stream. How are you? Folks between Middletown to Hartford will get the worst impact soon. If there is no storm path changes, it'll get sucked up in the jet stream path 100%. And that's the reason why the National Hurricane Center have been hyping up as much of the flood as possible, because that's going to be the risk. Some areas, of course, won't see flooding, but other areas will. And the areas that will definitely get impacted significantly. So that's the big thing there. Surfs the eye of Tropical Storm Henri. Yeah, look at that. That's not smart. This is not smart. This is by weather going wild here. Mom Socks, thank you for coming out to the live stream. Thank you so much. Yeah, this is not smart here, going out into the surf. Especially doing stuff like diving under waves, because you can already see how quickly he's far out now. Of course, he's been paddling and kicking, but the rip currents are real. They're pulling him into the actual surf. And that is not good. That is not something that you should do. Remember to fix that donation button? Alright, I will. After the stream, I definitely will. But yeah, as I said, thank you for coming out to the live stream. I really do appreciate it. Am I interested in a storm chasing simulator? I am interested in storm chasing simulators. I played Storm Chasers before. I'm waiting for Outbreak to exist, even though it probably won't. But yeah, definitely am interested. Yeah, that's something you should not do. That's stupid. This dude is stupid. Here's some data from AccuWeather. Some video from AccuWeather. Very rough surf. Not going to zoom in all the way. In fear of me getting copyrighted. A lot of activity there. Here's Brian Studhoff over here in West Hampton. And look at the surf from his perspective. Sure, the video is kind of vertical, but a lot of very strong surf that's surging on through, and the waves are clearly taller than the camera. So some very high surf with this as well. You're actually in Virginia. Can note the upper level low. The sky is to put it better, a fuzzy sunshine. Well, that makes a lot of sense, honestly. This storm was so overhyped. Tell that to the people in New Jersey and Rhode Island and Connecticut. I guess it was overhyped for your area. I'd have to agree. It was overhyped for New York City. But definitely not overhyped for these areas over here. You're the lead developer of a next-gen storm simulation game, just getting the word out to me. Well, I will definitely be interested, and I will definitely watch out. Watch for that game as much as possible, because I'm always interested in stuff like that. You know, although Outbreak has been promising us a game by the mid part of 2021, and we're towards the end of 2021, and we still haven't really heard a whole lot from it. Now, I understand, you know, programming a game isn't exactly the easiest thing in the world. But at the same time, you know, if I've learned anything from high school is that deadlines are deadlines, and that late work is consequential. So seems a lot of the hype for that game kind of has died down. Has the worst passed Swansea, Massachusetts yet? I definitely think that it has. I would have to say that it has. You're still going to get consistent damaging winds though. You're still going to get consistent damaging winds and potentially some areas of light showers and thunderstorms. So I'd watch out for that. But yeah, I'd say the worst is definitely past you. Hello, you're new here, boarded up your house, and you're currently locked in your basement. At what time can you go out? Well, it honestly depends upon where you are currently positioned. If you're on Long Island, then it would have to depend upon where on Long Island you're at. But if you're in like the southern coast, you know, the southern coast of like Long Beach and Fire Island, then you should be able to come out as long as you stay in the innermost part of your buildings. Not expected to be a lot of flooding around your area anymore, although storm surge could definitely still be a contributing factor even after the storm has currently made landfall. But yeah, it definitely depends upon where you're at. We have a new flash flood warning here. This is for Middlesex and New Haven counties. That'll be in effect until 4:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, and Doppler radar has noted about an inch to even 2 inches of rain that has already fallen, and an additional 1 to 2 inches of rain are possible. I would say even larger amounts are definitely possible within some of these areas as well. So definitely something to watch out for as this continues to move on through. That is false information, my friend. There does not seem to be a tornado warning at the moment, and I should know because I have IEMBot up, so timeout. Take it from a Floridian, you never know who is going to get the worst of the storm until it hits. That's why it's called the cone of uncertainty, and I agree with that statement. That's the reason why it's the narrative is pushed across so much to where anywhere within the cone of uncertainty could potentially get its impacts. And that's the reason why it potentially could be a little bit worse for areas up here in the Northeast to get a little bit closer to the center area of low pressure or near the eye, because they're not exactly the best well equipped for flooding. And so if there ever is flooding within some of these areas, it could potentially get pretty bad. So looks like as Henri is heading west, possible hit Albany. It probably will be a little bit too far east for that. It'll most likely go to the western portions of Massachusetts before heading back out further west, or further east, I should say, towards the Atlantic provinces of Canada. Yeah, the basement also isn't the right place for you to be if you're worried about flooding, because water could probably go into your basement. So, as I said, lowest innermost part of your building that's not a basement in this instance. Definitely the best place to be. You have GR8, that's the thing, on laptop, and you're learning the basics of the program actually from your capable hands. Well, if you continue to watch me, I'll continue to show some tidbits and all sorts of stuff that'll be shown from this program. Honestly, I love this program. This program is amazing to use. It's easily, hands down, the best program without having to purchase a subscription. So, and even then, this program beats some other programs that have subscriptions as well. So, I definitely think this is the best program for what it does. We got reports here of a 60-mile-per-hour sustained wind measured here at this station right on Plume Island in Suffolk County, New York, which is just to the south of Fisher's Island. So it's right about here. And then here's New London and New Haven on the farthest left part of your screen. So that's where they recorded the sustained 60-mile-per-hour wind gust, or not wind gust over there, the sustained 60-mile-per-hour winds at the surface, which is pretty crazy. And then there's also been some reports of a fallen tree in the southbound lane of I-95 in Old Lyme. And yeah, that definitely will cause some issues for people who are driving along that interstate. So, and I-95 is one of the most busiest interstates in all of the United States. So a lot of activity over there as well. Is GR2 free? There is a free trial. There is a free trial for it, a 21-day free trial. But then afterwards, it does cost money. It costs, for the entire purchase of the entire program, it's $250. Which is the reason why I highly recommend, if you don't have that money, and you're not invested in weather like I am, then you buy one of the following radars. Either Radar Omega on your phone for about $9, or a radar scope here for about $10, both of which are about the same. I like to use radar scope for storm chasing, so if you have any storm chasers out there, use that one. If you just want to do analysis of just radar and stuff like that, Radar Omega is the best one for that. So this is relatively cheap. Cheap way for you to get the best radar data here for your general vicinity. Tree just snapped in your yard? Oh, sheesh. Stay away from windows then, because just in case, just on the off chance that a tree does land on your house, you wouldn't want to be right next to a window, would you? And so, highly recommend that being the case. Rain is pouring hard here, and the winds are just gusting 4 miles north of New Haven. Just seen on your radar image, yep. And as I said, anywhere near the center area, low pressure is most likely going to get the biggest impacts of this event. So, you know, areas in those flash flood warnings near coastal Connecticut really need to watch out. And even further inland in Connecticut, you really need to watch out for the system as well. Hudson Valley in New York is a bit damp right now, but after the mess we had with Isaias a year ago, I'm glad we got a miss of the bulk of the storm. Stay safe if you're in the path. I agree. And the thing about it is with most tropical systems here with this is that this storm is actually going to be moving a lot slower off to the north rather than most storms, which actually go up the East Coast here and move relatively quickly. They're typically done within the span of a day, but, well, actually a little bit less than a day, I should say, probably within 12 to 18 hours. That's how quickly they go in and then they move out. But with this storm right here, this thing actually is moving slower on its approach to New England. And that'll cause a big flash flooding risk across much of the areas here along the western portions of New England, as well as the Hudson River Valley as well. And so it's just all about where you are positioned within these areas. If you are in any sort of higher elevations, then you definitely should be fine for the most part. But if you're near any rivers, creeks, streams, or even valleys, highly advise you guys seek higher ground, because you guys could potentially see some flash flooding within your area, and that could be detrimental to some people. Where is this at? This is in New England, near Connecticut, Rhode Island, and Massachusetts in the United States. A tree near my grandfather's house in Johnston snapped down, and all the other trees toppled down. Luckily, he's safe. That's good. That's good to hear. That's very good news. If you guys are enjoying the analysis that I am providing here live for you all, don't be afraid to subscribe. It is free, unless if you're on Twitch, but that's besides the point. If you're on YouTube and you are enjoying the analysis, please be sure to subscribe to the channels. I do upload videos every single morning, updating everyone as to what the weather most likely could be and when things could potentially be happening. That does include tropical weather, as you guys can see, with when I think tropical systems could be making landfall, like tropical storms and hurricanes. It also includes severe weather. I do cover severe weather. That's actually I'm a little bit more knowledgeable on severe weather than I am with tropical weather, although I would like to say that I'm knowledgeable in both fields. And so I also have that type of coverage, as well as that for live streaming as well. And then I also cover winter weather as well. If there's any sort of blizzards, nor'easters, ice storms, cold air invasions, or cold blasts, more or less, Arctic blasts, anything that you can think of for winter, I'll be most likely covering it. So if you guys do like content like that, please don't be afraid to subscribe on YouTube. On Twitch, you don't have to. On Twitch, you just have to follow me, please. We actually have 361 followers on Twitch. I'll put my link to my Twitch in the chat as well. So if you want to go watch my Twitch stream as well, you can. But we have a lot of people who are watching on YouTube, and we have some people who's watching on Twitch as well. And we're going to be trying to get both platforms relatively high as this continues to move on through. And if you guys do subscribe and you want more content, if you guys want more content, there is a way that's very similar to Twitch's subscription, where it's $5 a month. I purposefully made it $5 a month to make it similar to Twitch's subscription, to where you guys can get not only your name shouted out down below. You guys can see the kind of there's this scene at the bottom of the screen that's kind of been changing more and more. It actually shouts out my channel members, and so for people over who are on YouTube who become a channel member, as I said, $5 a month, they get that shout out, they get exclusive emotes, they get badges for however long they've been a follower of my channel, and they will also be getting short videos in the evenings, exclusive content as to updates as to what all is happening with these systems. And they will also be getting bloopers from my channel as well. So there you go. All sorts of stuff here that will be provided for you all. Yep, no problem. As I said, I'm more than happy to live stream on Twitch as well, trying to get the information as much as possible. Love living a mile away from the Quinnipiac River. Seems legit. Then, as I said, seek higher ground if you can. How bad do you think Norwalk, Connecticut shoreline is going to flood? Parents just moved from there in October. Glad they aren't dealing with this since the house flooded during both Sandy and Irene. Well, personally, I do believe that there will be some flooding, some onshore flow with this. And if we take a look at the HWRF model here, let's see if it actually is updated any bit. And no, it hasn't. So let's keep using this. You can see here from the wind flow, even as this makes landfall, the winds will most likely continue to be relatively strong anywhere here along coastal Connecticut, possibly in upwards of 20 to 30 miles per hour as a sustained wind, and with gusts maybe even higher in some spots. And so this will most likely be causing some more storm surge within some of these areas, and we really need to watch out for this as this continues to move on through. So if you were to ask me as to specifically where, you know, as to if Norwalk is going to be, you know, impacted and how badly they could be impacted, I definitely think they could get some activity over there, but because they are a little bit further west over here, they're probably not going to be impacted as badly as, say, some areas near New Haven and coastal Rhode Island. So that's the good news there. It's fascinating to look at regarding to the water vapor loop. Mushroom looking plumes to the west is cool, I know, right? No reports of spin-ups yet. I'm watching carefully here in Hamden, Connecticut. Is the tornado capital of Connecticut. Seems legit. I mean, there is the potential for a small tornado risk in Connecticut, but it's just mainly because there's not a whole lot of thunderstorms on the northeastern side of the storm to really create that big tornado threat. So not a whole lot of activity there. Before you go, we are seeing Henri's clouds as we look north-northeast through. It seems like the clouds are pulling from that general vicinity. So that would make sense. The general flow from the tropical system as it continues to move further towards the north. So just watch out for that. Is Rhode Island okay? Rhode Island will continue to most likely get more and more activity here relatively soon. Although the worst has definitely passed you all. That is the good news. But the bad news is that the damage has been done with the amount of power outages that there are over there in Rhode Island. So about 30% of the entire state, or maybe a little bit less than 30%, is without power. How much damage is this going to cause? Well, it's already caused a bit of damage across the board with its flooding and wind impacts. Is it a bad thing if the rain is now more light but the wind is more consistent? It means that you're getting a lot closer towards the center area of low pressure, I'd say. Love Nate's screen changer. Oh, thank you. What is going on at the moment? Well, Henri has made landfall as a 60-mile-per-hour tropical storm, and now the huge threat is kind of the storm surge and the flooding. So the flooding from the rain as more moisture continues to plume around the area of New England. So it's really something that we got to watch out for from that perspective. So here's Jim Cantori. He's over in Point Judith, Rhode Island, right here. Of course, from the Weather Channel. Here's the leftovers of the low-level and mid-level circulations of Henri. And it's pretty open. You can see it's pretty bright outside, actually. You can see all the way through. Blue skies. So good stuff by Jim Cantori there, as always. When can we expect winds in the Hudson River Valley? So if we go back to the models here, you guys can see that the wind field is pretty expansive here, and it starts to reach the edge of the Hudson River Valley here by early this evening, or sometime early this evening. maybe the late afternoon hours, within the next few hours, probably around 3 to 5 is when you can start getting activity. And then the winds will probably be relatively consistent with gusty winds potentially even being higher in upwards of 30 to 40, maybe even 50 miles per hour in some spots, especially within some of these areas in the Brown. Some areas of 60 mile per hour wind gusts is possible. Is it okay if you let this sentence out? Depends upon what the sentence is. Face cam? You guys want my face cam that badly? There you go. We got the face cam up. Right here, showing you all the good old face of Nate Snyder. We are 4 likes away from 700 likes. Can we get there by the end of the live stream? Who knows? And then we are also 3 subscribers away from 13,350. Can we get there by the end of the live stream as well? I think they're decent goals. I definitely do appreciate everyone who subscribed to the channel already and has liked the video as much as they have. Really do appreciate it. So thank you so much. Trying to look here through Twitter and seeing if I can find anything else that's of decent activity. How much further north will New Hampshire, north into New Hampshire will this go? Well, I mean, let's take a look at the current track for this system. Let's take a look at the current track. And you can see here that is expected to move into central portions of New Hampshire by Monday evening. Sometime around Monday evening is when this is expected to move on through, but it's expected to be post-tropical at that point. So not exactly super significant for you all, besides maybe some localized rainfall and maybe some damaging winds, but maybe not. It probably won't be a big threat there. The hurricane is mostly heading for Montauk. A hurricane has been noticed for Boston, Hartford, New York, Montauk, Nantucket, Atlantic City. If you're in these places, take shelter immediately. The storm has already weakened to a tropical storm, my friend. I hate to break it to you. But it's already weakened to a tropical storm. And better yet, it's already made landfall, my friend. So you're a little bit too late in that regard. Jeez, how many of those is going to be there? Yes, it is making landfall right now. That's kind of what I said. Let us yeah, let's continue to take a look at the videos here. Yeah, so this camera is kind of gone. Let's put you in timeout here real quickly. You don't have to say the same image over and over and over again, my friend. You can say it once and it would get the point across. Living wasteland. I've been through 4 tornadoes here in Hamden, plus another 5 in neighboring towns, plus a few out of state. Survived the F3 in '89. Was one of the top, one on top of you. Oh, jeez. Yeah, I've only seen 1 tornado in my life, so. Sheesh. Do I have a favorite NFL team? The Baltimore Ravens. I even have a stadium seat. I have a stadium seat from their stadium. Hold up. See if I can pull it up here real quickly. I know we're going to be talking about weather, but I have to show you all this amazing thing. I wasn't joking. Look at it. It's the actual stadium seat from the Ravens. So I'm going to be sitting here when I'm not going to Ravens games. I'll be sitting on this seat. And I'm going to be kind of chilling out. That's the plan. That is the big plan. So we'll move that back over. I did not steal a stadium seat. I bought it. It's one of the only stadium seats to get out of M&T Bank Stadium. And now I have it. So I'm trying to come out north of Boston. That makes a lot of sense because a lot of dry air over there. So not expected to be a lot of thunderstorm activity for the most part. But so the one thing about this camera is that it's definitely dead. It's not up to date at all. So most of the impacts here are not exactly going to be very big anymore. So we're going to start wrapping it up here within the next couple of minutes. Any final questions before I continue into my self-promotion phase? Actually, I'll go ahead and get into my self-promotion phase and then answer questions afterwards. So if you guys haven't already, please be sure to subscribe because I do analysis on stuff like this anytime stuff gets bad, whether it is tropical weather, like hurricanes or tropical storms making landfall. I do live analysis on severe weather, whether it's a severe weather outbreak or a tornado outbreak. I'll be there. I upload videos. I upload videos every single morning discussing stuff about tropical weather, severe weather, and even winter weather when we do get to it. Of course, it's not winter at the moment, so we can't exactly discuss winter weather. So if you haven't already, please be sure to subscribe if you do think that is something that you are interested in. And if you want to stay up to date with all my content, hit that notification bell right next to it. That would be greatly appreciated. And then the other thing too is if you want to see extra content, please feel free to go ahead and become a channel member. And right next to that subscribe button is a little join button. If you click that and you subscribe for $5 a month, you get extra content. You get emotes. You basically support my channel. It's the most efficient way of supporting my channel. You get a smaller video at the evening. You get your name shouted out right below in the screen that moves through from side to side. You get all sorts of cool perks. So as I said, that would be greatly appreciated. Yep, no problem. As I said, thank you guys so much for coming out to the live stream. I'm happy to do this as much as possible. Happy to get the word out as much as possible here, too. You know, me sitting here in a chair for 6.5 hours is nothing to me. I mean, if I've done it for a live stream for 36 hours, and yes, I did a 36-hour live stream consistently with me sitting in my chair talking about a tornado outbreak last year. So if I can do that, I can do stuff like this. And I love talking about weather. I love getting the word out. And so, yeah. I'm happy to do this for you all. Chrissy, aka Special K with the $20 super chat. Thank you, my friend. Wow. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for... Okay, it does seem as if you need to be hidden because you did not learn your lesson. Thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Wow. I really do appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Chrissy says, awesome job. Love the coverage, knowledge, and passion. Yeah, as I said, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Change the title to Tropical Storm Landfall? Probably not, because it was a hurricane at the beginning of this live stream, so we'll probably keep it as hurricane for now. That'll be the name of the stream. But then, of course, as people will then realize as they watch through, and yeah, they'll know it's Tropical Storm that made landfall. Alrighty, well, that's going to be it. I will most likely see you all tomorrow morning. I probably won't be posting that video for members only tonight. Pretty exhausted for the most part, just sitting here in a chair. I know that sounds pretty hard to believe, but yeah. I've been pretty exhausted for most likely the past week, due to all the coverage that I've had to do for the channel. So now, since we're going to be going into a period where it's going to be a little bit calmer, and then we'll expect to see some more tropical weather by the end of next week into the beginning of the following week, potentially the beginning of September, we'll go right back into the activity as to how things will continue to really ramp up. So, yeah, that's going to be it for me. And I will catch you guys in tomorrow morning's video. So get ready for that, and peace out, everyone. Pew!